Assalamu alaikum. This is Andre with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we're going to master full stack development with React Native using the latest version of Expo, NodeJS, MongoDB, Google Maps to create a multi-platform travel app to facilitate both beginners and advanced developers. We're going to start slow and pick up the pace as we progress. Our primary goal is to create a React application which has the highest level of code reusability, create our backend server, and integrate our backend server to our front ends. We're also going to explore async storage, page protection, advanced component usability, making API calls using access token inside our headers with Axios, as well as facilitate as advanced search using Mongo search indices. Without wasting any time, let's go ahead and introduce the main features of our application. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the features of our application. So this is a home page. Like we have a function that gives us a different icon according to time, whether it's afternoon, evening, or morning. And here it's supposed to be the username, but we are not logged in. So this is what we see at this particular moment. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a list of countries. So this list of countries, if you just click on a country here, our data is going to load from our backend, and this is what we can see. So we can see like a short description of the tourism sector of that country. And right at the bottom, we're given like some suggestions of popular destinations in that country. So here we're going to have a maximum of 2. And if we click on this list, then we're going to get all the places that's related to that country. So let's go back. And if you're in this country, you can just go ahead and find hotels. Okay, so here you can look for a hotel. So let's take, for example, we're going to look for California. And if we search for this hotel, then the hotel has been found. Then you can click on the hotel and see whether you can book a room or not. So this is for our country page. And let's go back. So here we have recommendations. These are places that are recommended according to your location. So this user is in the United States. So if you click here, then you will be shown a place details page where we have like a short introduction of the place. And then down here, we have suggested hotels, like popular hotels around that place. So if you visit Disney, there are some places which are around, some hotels which are around. These are the hotels that we are going to have here. And this list takes a maximum of 2 also. But if you click here, then will be shown all the places that are closer to that particular place. So for instance, in our places page, we have 1 place, but if we visit the list, we have 2 hotels. And down here we have nearby hotels. So for our nearby hotels, if we click on it, then we are shown the details page, that hotel. So what we have to do in this page, we have to see the details where the hotel is located. Maybe if you want to go ahead and book a room, then we can go ahead. And for other pages, we are going to show 2 reviews here. And then if you click on the list of reviews, then you're taken to other page whereby you're going to see all the reviews related to that place. And for us to write reviews, then we should go up and try to click on this button. But it's set up in a way that if you're not logged in, then you won't be able to write a review, because each and every review requires an image, name, and an ID. So a user has to be logged in, take them to the next page. So if we go down, then here we have our price, and you can be able to select rooms. So to select rooms, you're taken to a different page, but this page isn't finished yet. So like you're supposed to have like the rooms from the backend, and you can just select a room that you want, and then you can view the details and the price of that room, and a minimum, like the number of guests that each and every room should have. And here you can specify the number of guests that you want to book for, and then you can go ahead and book. Okay, so if you book now, then if your booking is successful, then you're taken to this page for a successful booking, and these are the details of the room that you book. And if you press done, then you're taken back. So what we need to do right now, we need to go ahead and visit our our profile. So in our profile section, if you're not logged in, then this is what you see. So to log in, you just press sign in. If you have an account, then you can just enter your credentials. So I'm just going to log in. So here our page is set up in a way we have a top navigation bar. So here it's either you can register or sign in the same page, but we want to just sign in since I do have an account already. So here I'm going to enter my email. So it's supposed to be johndoe@example.com, and down below we should enter the password. So our password is password 123. So now that we've put our password here, our form is being validated as we enter our password. Our password should be at least 8 characters, but our password is more than 8 characters, so that error is gone. So here we have the right to make the password obscure, so we can either show or hide the password. So since we have our data, we can try to sign in. So once we are signed in, that means we have our backend is not yet ready. So here we can go ahead and press sign in again. So if we are signed in successfully, then we are taken to another page. Okay, so we are successfully signed in. So here, this is our page, and our username here should change. So we have to wait a little bit. Yes, our username has changed. That means we are successfully signed in. So right now we have the ability to even make a comment to a particular hotel, and you can write your comment here. So I'm just going to put some random text. The objective is to just submit your review. Okay, and we have our review. So we are done with that part. Let's go ahead and explore our profile page. So for our profile page, now that we are signed in, so first we have to our profile page. In our profile page, we're going to show the profile picture. This profile picture is the default profile picture, the username and the email. Right below we have bookings, like the bookings that a particular person has made. But this section is mock data we haven't like worked on it. It's something that we can update as we go in this project. Then we have trips. For trips, you can see trips that you've made or trips that you've booked. And let's go to the last tab, which is for information. So for information, we have payments. You can choose like what kind of payment you want to use in your application. So here we have Visa, Master, and PayPal. So here you can use a switcher to choose one payment that you want to make, and we have the ability to add a card. But since we're going to be using Stripe, this section is just UI. You can decide to use it or to leave it. Down below we have settings. So in our settings section, we have language, country, currency, and support. So on support, this is just like the UI part. You can go ahead and hook these pages to proper pages, but this is what our settings page, account settings page looks like. So this is all, and if we come to location, then we can be shown our current location. Okay, so this is all for our application. So this application is a living application. It's something that we're going to be updating each and every time. So if you see the chat section is still empty, that means we still have work to do, like work to cover. So that's all. And we also have the ability to log out. So let's say we press log out here, we're supposed to be logged out of the account, and if we get logged out, then here we are going to have our everything is protected. So let's save. After saving, we need to go to our profile. So in our profile, we need to just, not profile, but top info. We need to remove this text that we have here, and we need to go ahead and add style to this view. So we're going to handle the style in here. So we need double braces, and we're going to give it a margin. So we're going to give it a margin of 20. After giving it a margin of 20, now we need to have our tiles in here. So before we proceed, we want to make sure that we import and export these tiles. So if you go to index.js, I've already done it. So if you haven't, then you should go ahead and do it. You should import profile tiles, and then you should export them right at the bottom. So let's close that. So in our profile, in our top info, we're going to go ahead and have our profile tile. So make sure that it's imported right at the top, and it's a closed component, so you need to close it. So the first thing that you need to provide is the title. Okay, So our title for the first one is going to be personal info. So here it's supposed to be personal information, and it's supposed to be a string as well. So here we're going to have personal information, and we have to make it a string. So let's just select everything, make it a string, and we need to provide an icon, not this icon, but we need the one from our personal info, from our profile tile, and this is wrong. This is wrong. We need to edit outside of this brace. Okay, so we are going to use one with the name user. So remember, all the icons that we're using here are coming from InDesign. So if you want to change the font for the icons, then you can go ahead and use the one that you like. So in here, we're going to have personal information, payments, and then we're going to have settings. So next is going to be for payments, and the last one is going to be for settings. Okay, like that. So for settings, the icon is going to be setting, and this one is coming from InDesign as well. And for payments, we're going to use credit card, like that. So this is all that we need to do here. So next we're just going to save, take a look what it looks like, and then we can handle press. So we're going to handle press for these two, for payments and for settings. Because personal information, we don't have much. We only have username and an email, and we've already displayed them on top of our page. So it's pointless for us to go and just create personal information page. But if you make some changes to the backend, collect more information from the user, then you can go ahead and do that. And you can as well allow a user to edit their profile from personal information page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to receive navigation object right on top. So we're going to have our navigation object. Now that we have our navigation object, we can be able to use it in here. So the first thing that we need to call on press. On press, we need to do something. So we need to navigate to our routes. So we're going to call navigation. And then here we need to navigate. So we need to provide the pages that we're navigating to. So we want to create two new pages. Okay. So here we can just paste this. So going to our screens, in profile, we need to go ahead and create a new file, and we need to call it payments, and it has to be a JSX file. So after creating this file, we need to create the component inside. We're going to create it with style, and we're just going to save. We don't need to do much. And we need to create a new folder inside our screens, and we're going to call it settings, like that. So after we have our settings page, we need to go ahead and create a new file, and we need to call it settings as well, but with an uppercase, and it has to be a JSX file. And we have to create our component here, and we have to save. So after that, after being done creating these components, we have to export them. So we need to come to index.js, the index inside our screens, and we need to import them. So first we need to import. We're importing payments. It's supposed to be payments, and these payments are coming from profile. It's supposed to be profile here. One dot here. We are going to visit profile. Inside profile, we're going to take payments. That's the first. The next one that we're going to handle is our settings, not React Native, not those ones. So we need to import them manually. So in other way, you need to avoid to use names like settings, because we have them in our framework. So they might conflict if you import wrongly. So here we need to have settings, go to settings, and from settings, we're going to take settings. Even the folder name here is a little bit off, but either way, it's okay. As long as our component is working, that's no problem. But you can use the right name. So first, we're going to export payments. After payments, we're going to export settings, like that. So next, we need to go to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to go ahead and create screens inside of our stack navigator. Okay, so let's go ahead and visit our app.js, one that we have for select rooms, create new 2 screens, and then we need to change the name. So the first name that we're going to have is payments, and we need to map it to the right component. So coming here, we need to remove the name, and we need to have the right component here, which is payments, and it's coming from our screens. It's supposed to be payments from screens. Okay, the next one is going to be settings from our screens, and we have to change the name from select room to settings, like that. So these are the names that we're going to use in our top info. So here the credit card is for payments, so these names are going to be the same. So we can just copy, paste the name here, copy the one for settings, and we are going to paste it here. So we are done with these navigations. Next, we're going to test whether they're working or not. Navigation, it's working fine. We can navigate to the pages. So that's all that we need to do for our profile for now. Work on our settings. So to get started, we're going to just get rid of this text that we have in here. So once we get rid of the text, we need to add style to our view. So we're going to go ahead and add style in here. We're not going to do it in a separate file. So the first thing that we require a background image, not background image, but background color. So our background color has to come from colors. So here we're going to use a light white color. So we need to import these colors. So we are going to do that right on top. And the next thing that we need flex. So for flex, it's going to be 1. And we need to get rid of the extra comma here. So let's go ahead and import our colors. So our colors are going to come from our constants. So we need to provide the path. So our path is going to be constants, and we need to map it to theme. So here we need to change this color to colors with a capital letter. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to provide to create a view. Okay, so here we're going to create a new view. And we have to give this view a height because we want to put our app bar inside. So we're going to give it a height of 120. So our height has to be inside our style. We're going to give it 120 in here. So inside, we're going to require the app bar. So what we're going to do, we're going to import it first, and then probably visit one of the pages that we've used it and just take everything from there. So we're going to have app bar, and our app bar is a closed component. So if we go to details, and open one of these pages, we're going to open hotel list. Okay, if we open hotel list, then we're just going to get the app bar from there. And one other thing, make sure that the app bar has been imported right on top. If it is not, then you can do it manually. Okay, so what we're going to need for this particular app bar, we're going to need this top, right, left, and we're also going to need the color for the first icon and the press for the first icon. We just need to get rid of everything related to the second icon. So once this is done, you can go ahead and create a new view underneath this view. Okay, so in this view, we're going to have a style. We're only going to manipulate margin horizontal. Okay, so we want to give it a margin horizontal of 20. After that, we need to go ahead and have a text. So we're going to pull reusable texts probably from somewhere. So we're going to visit a reusable tile and then just get this text from there. Go back to our settings. So in our settings, we need to go ahead and paste it down. After we paste it down, we need to go ahead, remove the name, and we make sure that we import this reusable text. So we need to take care of these sizes because we don't have them. So we need to import them. So if we visit the top, we have our colors and our sizes, and we have our reusable text imported right on top. So that's what we need to do. So here we need to change the family. Okay, we need to change font family. We're going to make it regular. And for our text, we need to use extra large, but we need to subtract a little bit of size from it. So we're going to say extra large -5. And our color is going to be black. And we need to provide the title. Okay. So here we're going to say account settings like that. So that's going to be our first tag. So before we go any further, we want to go ahead and have a height spacer. So here we're going to have our height spacer, and our height spacer is a close component, and we need to provide height to our height prop. So we go inside, and here we're going to provide height. We want to give it a height of 10. After giving it a height, then we need to just copy this, the reusable text and the height spacer. Okay, so we haven't created a component that we want to use to render like a settings tile, right? So we can take care of the headings. We said we're going to have 3 headings, so we can have these 3 headings. So that means in between the headings, we're going to have the tiles, which contains like what's going to be in a particular section. For example, we have, for account settings, we have language, country, and we have currency. They're all going to be here. And for support, which is going to be right next after account settings, we're going to have a rating. Okay, here we have a typo. We're going to have support over here. So for support, we're going to have things like feedback and help. Then for the last section, we're going to have legal. So for legal, we're going to have terms of service and privacy policy. So here we need to change the heading to legal, sound like this. So we are done. Basically, we are done with everything that we need to do to set up our page. Next, we need to go ahead and create a new component, and we have to give this component a name, settings tile. So once we have our settings tile, then we can just come hook it up, make some minor adjustment, and then we create our settings tile. So if we visit our components, tiles, we have a folder for settings. So we need to create a component in here. So we need to give it a name. It's going to be settings tile, and it has to be a JSX file. After creating this, we need to create the component inside. So we're going to use RNFES. Okay, so we created our component. Next, we're going to just go ahead, save. After saving, we need to open index.js, the one which is in components, and we're going to export the tile that we created. So first we need to import it. Okay, that's the one that we have here. So we need to just go ahead, copy the name, and we're going to export it right here. We can close our index. So what we need to do, we need to work inside our component. So the first thing that we're going to require, we need to just remove everything. Okay, change or remove, either way. So here we're going to require a touchable opacity, and we need to close it. So make sure that your touchable opacity has been imported right on top. Next, we need to go ahead, go inside, and we're going to have on press. So on press, we need to do something. So we're not going to do anything inside this component to write our press function, but we're going to write it in our parent component. So we're just going to pass on press, and this on press has to come from our parent component. So we have to pass it here as a prop. Okay. Next, we need to add style to this touchable opacity. So we're going to call our style, and our style has to come from styles, not from styles per se, but we're going to have an array of styles. So here we need to add an array, and then first we need to access our reusable styles, and here we need to go ahead and take a row with space, and we need to provide the prop for the value form justified content. So here we're going to use space between. After space between, Now we need to go ahead, add a comma, and then we can add other styles that we want. So we can come here and we create a new one, and we are going to call it container, right? So we need to create the container object. After that, we need to give it a bottom width, okay? And we need to give it a bottom width of 1, and we have to give it a border color, and we have to give it a border color. This border color, it has to come from our colors, so we need to make sure that we imported these colors, and we need to use a light gray, and we are going to add a padding vertically. So our padding has to be 15. So we need to hook this container to our styles on top. So here we're going to access our styles, and then we need to get the container like that. So next we need to go ahead and have a text. So we're going to have a text right underneath. Okay. So we're in a row. We're in a row. So we need to set it up in a way that we have three items, like, and they're spaced. Okay. So we're going to have a text, and then we're going to put an icon. Okay, so a text and an icon. So if we come back to our settings, from our settings, we need to pull this reusable text, and it's going to be the first thing that we're going to put in here. So we need to import this reusable text. So we have our colors already, but we need sizes. So here we're going to use text sizes. So we need to import text, and we're going to use large like that. And for our color, we're going to use gray, not black. So it has to be colors.gray, and our font family is going to remain the same. Now this has to be dark, like we have dark. So I guess dark is black if I'm not mistaken. Regular, we're going to use large, and here we have to pass a title. So here we were like writing the title like inside the reusable, but we need to have this title from our parent component. So we're just going to pass the title here, and we need to receive it as a prop right on top. So here we're going to have title, and we're also going to have another one with the name title1. Okay, so this is our first. Our next is going to check, like, we're going to have conditions for our next reusable text. Okay, or air bar. So let's go to our air bar, and here we can add 50. And if we add 50 and save, it's going to be brought down, but we need to add like a little bit of margin horizontally to the left and to the right. So we're going to use this left, and we're going to give it a left of 20, and to the right, we're going to give it a 20 also. So right now it's inside. That's exactly what we need. So here on press, we're going back. So if we press back, we should be prompted back. So here our problem is we didn't receive navigation here in our settings page. So we need to receive the navigation object, and then we save. So right now, if we press back, we're able to go back. So we need to go ahead and finish up on our tile, and then we can hook it up. So I'm going to close the simulator, finish up on this page, we'll hook it up, and then we can test like what it looks like. So basically what we need to achieve with this settings tile, we need to have a title like this, right? But it's going to be a little bit smaller in size. And then on the other end, we're going to have an icon, a right arrow. So some of the icons are going to have text, image, and an arrow. So we need to set up a condition whereby we can put things in a row, and those rows we can set whether we are going to be showing 3 of these items, or we're just going to show 2, or we're just going to show 1. Okay, so let's write the code, and then we can get back, implement it, explain it a little bit, and then we can move on. We need to have a condition, right? So we said we want to have our text, and we want to have another row here. It's either in this row we're going to show an image, title, and an icon, or we're just going to show an icon And the third option is showing a text with an icon. So what we need to do here, we need to have our title. If our title is equals to language, then we need to show all three. Okay, so this language is going to be sent from our parent component when we connect this component to our parent component, which is settings. If the title of that component is language, then we're going to show whatever we're going to put in here. So inside here, we're going to have a view first. So let's just go ahead, create a view, and we need to display the alternative. Alternatively, we're going to have another view. So this is just for us to set up our condition without any error, but this is not exactly what we're going to use. So let's go ahead and handle the first one, and then we can move on to the next one. So for the first one, we're going to require a style. So for this style, we're going to use reusable styles. And from the reusable styles, we need to get row with space, and we have to give it a flex. Okay, so our content has to be justified to the start. Okay, so here we're going to use flex start. Right inside, we're going to require an image. So we're not going to use network image, but we're going to use an asset image. So we need to import an image. Okay, our image hasn't been imported, so we can import the component. After importing the component, we need to go ahead and close this here. After closing, we're going to require a source. Okay, source of our image. So here we need to add braces, and we need to go ahead and have our source. So here it's supposed to be require, and we need to provide a path to our image. So our image is going to come from assets. Okay, so we need to go ahead and have our assets. So we need to add 2 more. Now that we're in assets, we have to visit images. In images, we need to go ahead and look for an image. Let's go down. Okay, this USA.png. Okay, so we need to add a little bit of style to our image. So let's bring this down. So we're going to have our style in here. So we're going to add the style in here. So for the style, the first thing that we need to do is to have width. So for width, we're going to give it a width of 40, and we need to also give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 30, and we need resize mode. So for our resize mode, we're going to use contain. Let's use contain for this one. Contain like this. Okay, so let's get rid of this space and let's format our code. So we have styles below, so we can go ahead and create the one for the image, and then we can just copy whatever we've written right on top and paste it in here. So we want to copy the brace, the second brace, or we can just cut it and say styles.image here. It's supposed to be styles.image, and we're going to paste the code that we cut down here. So we're done with our image. After our image, since we're in a row, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to require a width spacer, and our width spacer is a closed component, and we need to provide width. Okay, we need to give it a width of 5. After giving it a width, we are going to require a text. So this text is going to be for the language, like which language. Okay, so if it is language, we need to display the country flag, name of the language, and then an icon. So here we're going to have English like that, and then it's going to be regular, large, and gray. And we need to add another width spacer right below. So below we add a width spacer. After width spacer, we're going to require an icon. So for icon, we're going to use nDesign. So our icon is closed component, so we need to close it, and we need to import it right at the top. So we need to come to the top, and we need to import our icons, and they're all going to come from at Expo vector icons. So here, the name of the font is nDesign. It's supposed to be design, not design. Okay, nDesign, and it's going to come from at Expo. So here we need vector icons. So we have our icon right here. So we need to provide a name. So the name that we're going to use is right. Okay, so we will need an arrow pointing to the right, and we need to give it a size, and we're going to give it a size of 20. And we're also going to give it a color. So for color, we're going to use colors, and we need to have a dark color. So this is for the language. Okay, this is for the language. So first we're going to provide this, then if we provide this title, we're going to check whether this title is equals to language. If it is equals to language, then we're going to display this. Okay, that's the simplest way to explain it. Okay, if it is not, then we're going to go ahead and have another row. So we just need to copy whatever we have here and paste it down here. So now we have another row. So in this row, we're going to just have a title and an icon. So we're going to copy from here up until the icon. The icon is going to remain the same. Okay, so this is all that we need to do. So let's go ahead. This is going to change. So before we save, we need to change this, and we're going to change it to title 1. So this is dynamic. It's not stationary, unlike our language. So if we just provide a language where we know, like our application is in English, so it's going to be English. Unless you want to go an extra mile to set a set of languages and internationalize your application, that is okay. And everything else remains the same. So we just need to format our code a little bit, and then we can just save. So we're done with this part. Next, we're going to run our simulator, and then we can hook our settings tile to our settings page. Right now is the time to go ahead and hook our tiles to our settings page. So in our account setting, we need to have different settings tiles. We're going to have 3. The one for the language, country, and currency. So here we're going to try to import the settings tile, right? And it's a closed component. So make sure that it is imported. So if we hover over it, then we can see our props. We have title 1, and on press. That means it has been imported successfully. Okay. So here we have to provide the title, and our title is going to be a string, and it's going to be language. If the title is language, if we save, then this is what we get. So we have 3: the flag, the name, and the arrow. Okay, so we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to use a height spacer, and we want to give it a height of 3 here, and we need to have another tile below like that, and we're going to give it a different name. So this one is going to be country. So if it is country, that means we don't have this flag, but we need to provide title 2. Okay, title 1, not title 2. So for title 2, we're going to say USA. So if you have it, like if you want to take it a little bit further, you can just go ahead, and if a person, like a given person, an option to change their country. Okay, so that's how you can do it. So we're going to have another one right at the bottom, and it's going to be for the currency. So since we're in the United States, then our currency is going to be USD. So if we save these, now we have 3. Okay, so this is our language. We're using our first option from our tile, which is this option, because our title is language. And for a second option, for a second tile, which is country, we're using this one. Since our title, this title is not equal to language. Okay, so we want to add a little bit of space so that we can handle support. So we can go back to our settings. In our settings, we're going to require a height spacer. So we need to paste the height spacer here, and we need to give it a little bit of space like that. And we need to have these tiles. So we're going to have 2. So we're just going to copy from here. We copy this one, and we're going to paste it here, and we're going to paste it again like that. So if you paste, we just need to change the title. So here it's supposed to be get help. And for the second title, we're going to pass an empty string. We just want to show an icon without the title, okay? And for the second one, we're going to have a title, and our title is going to be give a feedback like that. And we want to get rid of this. So we're going to have an empty string. And here we have to change the height to 40. So let's go ahead and save. Okay, something is missing. So these ones are supposed to be a little bit down, not here. This should be right underneath this support. Okay, like that. Let's format our code and let's just make it visible. So here we just need to get rid of that. So it should be like that, but this height spacer shouldn't be here, but should be right at the top between the currency and the reusable text for support, like that. So we need to change the size. We need to change the size of this text because it can be bigger than the size of our title here, the titles in our tiles. Let's go ahead. What we can do, we can make this bigger. Okay, let's just make it bigger, and then we can leave those ones like that. Okay, so on legal, we're going to have 2. So we're just going to copy these 2. I think we need to add a little bit of space between support and the tile, because it's a little bit off. So here we're going to give it a 10. Okay, and let's just copy these 2, and then we're going to paste them down here. After pasting, we need to change the first one to terms of service, and the next one is going to be privacy policy, like that. So let's just save. Okay, that way it's better. So this is how our settings page looks like. If you want to go and do more, then you can go ahead. So we can press back. Next, we're just going to focus on our auth, on our authentication, and then we can go on to sign in a user and hook our backend pages for a successful booking and for a failed booking. So if we come to booking, we need to create 2 new files. The first one is going to be for failed. It's going to be JSX, and the next one is going to be for success. Okay, so it's going to be like that, successful, and it has to be a JSX file as well. So we need to create the components alongside with the style in here. So we need to save that, and we need to create another one for this one, and we need to save. So after we save, we can go ahead and just export them. Okay, export these screens. So right in here, we need to import them first. Okay, so first we're going to do with the success, and then we're going to deal with the failed one. So here it has to be failed. So we need to export these 2. So we can just export them right at the top either way. So we're going to have failed, and right underneath we're going to have success, like that. So we can close these 2. So we want to deal with our success first. So in here, we're going to require a set of data, which is like one item from our places. Let's say our places or hotels. Okay, so we can go to details. From details, we can go to hotel list. So we have this set of data. We're going to take one of this item. Okay, and we're coming to success, right? And we're going to create a new object, and we're going to give it a name item, or let's just call it hotel, either way. And we're going to paste the data here. Okay, so this is our object. Next, we're going to go ahead and work inside. So the first thing that we're going to do is to remove the text that we have inside, and we want to create another view. Okay, so let's just go ahead, create another view. Now that we have another view, we need to give it a style. So here we're going to go ahead and deal with our styles, and we need to do it in here since we want to manipulate margin top only. So for margin top, we have to give it a margin top of 40, not 40, but 40%. So we need to make it a string, and we need to add a percentage sign. So in here, we need to have an image. The reason why we created the asset image component is because we want to use it in here. So we are in success. So we want to go ahead and import asset image. So our asset image has been imported. So we need to close it. So first we're going to require source, not source, but data, if I'm not mistaken. So that's data. So here we're going to require, and we need this string. Okay. So this string is going to take us to, is the path to our asset, the asset that we want to use. And we need to visit images. So inside images, we need to go ahead and visit checked. Okay. Now that we have this, we're going to give it a width and we're going to give it a height. So we're going to give it a width, and our width is going to be 100%. So we need to provide it as a string. So here it's supposed to be 100%, and we need to go ahead and give it a height. So for height, we're going to give it 100 of 200 pixels like this. Okay. So these pages, we cannot see them anyway, because we haven't hooked them to anything as yet. But what we can do, here we have this chart. Okay. So we can go to navigation. That's navigation. Right inside our bottom tab navigator, we want to replace chart. It's supposed to be chat with success. Okay. Chat with success. So here we're able to deal with our image. So we said we're going to require mod for each and every image. So for our mod, we're going to use contain like that. So our image is right in the center of our provided width and height. So that's the first thing that we need to do. The next thing, right after this image, we need to create a little bit of space. So we're going to use a width spacer, not a width spacer, but a height spacer. Okay. So we need to close it and we need to provide the height. Okay. So we're going to give it a height of 10, not 10, but 40. It has to be a little bit more. And we need to go ahead and create another view. So inside this view, we need to go ahead and place our text, but we need our text to be right in the center. So we're going to give this view a style, and our style, we're going to deal with it in here the same way that we did here. So we're going to use align item, and we are going to align everything to the center. Right inside our component, our view, what we need, we are going to require a reusable text object. So we can just go ahead, visit one of the widgets or one of the, okay, let's just go to country details. So in country details, we just need to pull one of these reusable text, and then we go back to success. We're going to paste it down here. After pasting it, we need to import it, and we need to import the text sizes as well as the colors. So here it's supposed to be reusable text, and we need our text. Okay, so our text has been imported right on top, but we need to take care of this extra letters. So here we need colors. Let's import colors. So here we need to write something. Okay. So here, since it's a success page, we're going to say booking successful, not success, like that. And then we save. So we have our booking successful here, and we need to add a little bit of height spacer before we have our next message. So we're going to give it a height of 20, and then we need to use this reusable text widget again. But for this one, we're going to change the family to regular. We need to change the message, but we'll do it a little bit later. And for sizes, we're going to use sizes. Instead of using text sizes, we're going to use sizes, and we're going to use medium. And for color, it has to be gray. And here we need to go ahead and write a message, the message that the user is going to see after they've made a successful booking. Okay, so here we're going to say you can find your booking details below. So that means we are going to put booking details below, okay, like that. So let's save. So that's the message that we're going to show. Right underneath, we're going to require a height spacer. So let's go ahead, paste the height spacer here. And down below, we're going to go ahead and have room details. So for room details, we're going to require a view. So we need to create a view. It's supposed to be view. We are going to create a view here and we need to close. So inside of our view, we're going to, this view is not supposed to be in this view. It's supposed to be outside of this view. Okay, so we have a view here. We need to go right outside, right outside of this view, and we need to add another view. So we need to give this view a margin. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have a style, and we're going to style it in here, and we're going to give it a margin of 20. Okay, so just going to say mg, and we're going to give it a margin of 20. So that means everything that we're going to have in this view is going to have a margin of 20. Okay, so let's go ahead and work inside. So the first thing that we're going to require is a reusable text widget. So we have our reusable text widget. We're going to write something. Okay, so here we want to write a heading. So our heading is going to be room details. And our room details, it has to be bold. Okay, so I guess this is the first time that we've used bold. And here we have to use dark, like that. And we're going to add a height spacer right underneath the reusable text widget. And after that, we're going to have a reusable tile. So let's format our code. And here, our details, we're going to show them in form of a reusable tile. Okay, so here we have our reusable tile, and we need to go ahead and close it. So our reusable tile takes an item. So this item is the data that we have on top. That's why we put the data first. So we're going to, okay, so it's supposed to be hotel. So we are getting the data from the data that we have here. And then we're passing it to item so that it can be rendered down here. Okay. So let's go ahead and save. After we save, this is what it's going to look like. So right underneath, we want to add another spacer. So we're going to copy this height spacer and we're going to have a height spacer and we want to give it a space of 40. After giving it a height of 40, we are going to require a button which is going to take us out of this page because we're not going to put a top navigator, okay? Not a top navigator, but an air bar, okay? So let's go ahead and get a button from one of these pages. So in places, we've used a button right below. If I'm not mistaken, yes, we do have a button here. So we can just copy our reusable button from here and we can bring it in here. So we need to paste it here and then we need to just import it. So here it's supposed to be reusable btn. We have our sizes, we have our colors already. So here we need to change the text to done. Okay, since it's successful, it has to be done here. And here our width is supposed to be -50. And we are going to leave it as green. That would be okay since we are in a successful page. But if you are in a console or try again mode, we need to make it red. Okay, so here we can try to save. So this is what we have. And on our navigation, we need to navigate back to the bottom. Okay, so this bottom is the bottom navigation bar. So if we go to our bottom navigation bar, that means we're going to our home page. Okay, so if we open app.js, so here we have bottom. Okay, and bottom is going to give us this bottom tab navigator. That's where we want to go. But this page is hooked right inside the bottom navigation bar. So we want bottom tab navigation, so we won't be able to go back, but this is how it's going to look. So next we're going to create the one for failed. Okay, so for failed, we're just going to copy everything that we have in here including the imports. Okay, so first we're going to take the imports and we're going to paste them in this page. And we're also going to go ahead, take this data. So it's best if we just take everything inside here, except for the name. And then we can make some few changes. So here we need to paste it. Let's hope we won't have any errors. We don't have any errors, so far so good. So we need to go ahead and change this image from check to failed. Okay, so here we're going to have failed. The spelling is wrong, but that's the correct image that we want. So here we're going to say booking failed. You can find the details of your booking below. That's okay. And we need to pass the item room details. Then we show the item. And here, instead of saying done, we're going to say try again. So to try again, we have to just navigate back because you want to send back the person to the previous page. Okay. So here we have to go back. And one other thing that we need to take care of is our navigation, because we didn't take care of the navigation in both cases. So we need to receive navigation in both pages. So here, let's just go ahead, get this a little bit down, and down here we're going to have our navigation. So now if we have navigation, then we're able to navigate back to the previous page. So if we come to success, we need to do the same as well. We need to receive navigation object here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. But first, before we close these pages, let's go to bottom tab navigation. So here we're going to display failed. I'm going to just change the page and save this one. After this is done refreshing, and then I'm going to go back. So this is our failed, and we need to change the button colors here to red. So we can go back to failed. In failed, we need to go ahead and take care of the button colors. So instead of having a green, we're going to have a red color. Our border color is going to be red as well, and our text color is going to remain the same. So that's going to be our button. So we are done with this section. Next, most probably, we're going to take a look at Auth, and then we can select our rooms, because if you're selecting rooms, that's when we are going to go ahead and initiate a payment. That is if we take care of payments in this on our authentication page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a navigation, okay? Because we are going to have our sign in and our registration page in one page, okay? So we want to create a navigation for that. So first we create a new file, and we're going to call it Auth tab navigator, or Auth top tab. Let's call it top tab. Let's keep the name short, and it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create this component. So we're going to use RNFES. It's best we don't add style. So let's just go ahead and have RNEFE. Okay, so like this, we can save our page. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead, get rid of this text that we have in here, and we need to go ahead and import create material top tab navigator. So right on top, we're going to import. We need to add braces. So here we're going to have create. We want to create material top tab navigator. The name is long. I might get it wrong a few times, but that's what we need. So next we need to create an object of our tabs. Okay, so we're going to use create material top tab navigator to do that. So now we have our tab, a tab navigator. So a tab navigator is going to tab.navigator is going to encapsulate our screens, the screens that we're going to have in this top tab. Okay, so here we have our tab navigator, so we're able to create screens. Okay, so we can use our tab, and if we press dot, we have an option to create a screen. So screens are closed component, so we're just going to close. So we need to create pages that we want to navigate to. So we're going to have two pages. So we need to go to authentication, in screens, authentication. In this file, in this folder, we're going to create new file. two in fact. So the first one is going to be for registration, and it has to be a JSX file. It has to be registration over here. It has to be a JSX file. And the next one is going to be for signing in. So we're just going to call it a sign in like that. And it has to be a JSX file as well. So let's create components. So the first component is going to have style. So we're just going to use RNFES like that. So that's our first page. And our next page is going to be our registration. So we're going to do the same. So we need to go ahead and export these pages. So we need to visit the index inside our screens, and we need to import them and export them. So here we're going to have registration. And next we're going to have sign in. So we need to export these pages. So first, let's go ahead and export registration. Next, we're going to export sign in. So let's save. After saving, we can go ahead and map them to the right screens. So first, we need to give names to our screens. So here, we're going to have a name, and we need to provide a name. So the first one is going to be for sign in. So we're just going to call it sign in. Let's use lowercase. And we need to map a component to this screen. So we need to have our component prop. And in our component prop, we need to go ahead and have sign in. Okay, so we need to import. So our sign in screen has been imported right on top. So we need to just copy this screen, paste it below, and we're going to have registration as our name for this one. And we're going to map it to registration like that. So we're done with our, but right on top, we need to go ahead and have an image. Okay. So what we're going to do, we are going to get an image from our asset and from our assets and then put it here. But everything that we're writing here, we need to encapsulate it in a scroll view. So we're going to have a view, and inside of the view, we're going to have a scroll view. So we might as well just cut the code that we have here. Have our scroll view first, like that, and we close it. After we close, then we're going to go ahead and paste the code that we just cut. So inside of this scroll view, that's where we are going to put our image, okay? But we need to add a little bit of style to this view that we have here. So we need to have style. So for our style, we're going to put everything in here. So the first thing that we're going to require is flex, and we need to give it a flex of 1. And we also need to give it a background color. And our background color, it has to come from colors, and it has to be light white, okay? So it has to be colors, and we need to import these colors, and here we need to use light white, like that. Just copy the style that we put for our view, and we need to paste it down here. Okay, so we are done with that part. So in here, we're going to require a height spacer. We're going to require a height spacer, but before we proceed, we need to go ahead and cut this tab that we have here, the tab navigator, and we want to put it in a view. Okay, so here we're going to create a new view, and we need to paste everything in here. So in here, that's when that's where we want to put our image. So we're going to require a spacer. So it's a height spacer. We've imported our height spacer right on top, and it's a closed component, so we need to close it, and we need to provide a height. And we have to give it a height of 80, like that. So in here, we're going to have our image. So for our image, we're going to use asset image, because this image is coming from our assets, and we need to close this component. So for asset image, we said we're going to require mod, right? So for our mod, we can use contain. It has to be a string. We're going to use contain. Let's bring it down, or just format the code, add a little bit of space so that everything can be visible. So let's handle width. For width, we're going to give it a width of 100%. And the height that we're going to give it is 240, 250. So we're going to give it 250. Let's go with 250. Whenever we are showing our image, then we can see whether we can make an adjustment or not. So we want to go ahead and have our data source. So for data source, we're going to require the prop name data, and in here we have to provide the path to our image. Okay, so for image, we're going to go ahead and visit assets, and from assets, we need to go to images, and images, we need to pick one image. Okay, BG1. So if you cannot find this image inside of this assets folder, most probably it will be the only image missing. You'll find it along with the data that we were taking, like for our lists, our hotel recommendations, those data, that data. Inside that data, you will find BG1. So we just need to go ahead and save. So what we need to do right now, we need to hook it up to any page so that we can see what we're working with. Okay. So we can hook it up to our bottom tab. In our bottom tab, we need to go to chart. So to chart, we need to go ahead and have Auth top tab. Okay, like that. And we save. So that's our top tab. This is not the image anyway, but we need to go back to top tab and see whether we pick the right image or not. So here we have BG1. Let's see whether the image changes or not. So if we come to our assets and view these images, let's see, BG1, BG2. So it's supposed to be BG2. So right now you have BG1. If you don't want to use BG2, then you can go ahead and use BG2. So here we're going to change to BG2. So it's going to be that image, background 2, because I just want to like maintain kind of uniformity, like uniform design. If it is white, then it's going to be white throughout. So that's the image that I'm going to use. So here we can navigate to these pages. Okay. So here we have to give this view a height. So we need to add style. So in here, we're going to give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 600. Let's go ahead and give it a height of 600. So if we give it a height, now we can see what's inside. Okay. So our top tab is working fine. Next, we're going to go ahead and work inside of these pages. So we have sign-in page and we have the registration page. So literally we were done with this top tab. So everything that we are doing onwards, we are going to be doing them in this page, okay? Right now we need to work on our sign-in page. So the first thing that we need to do in here is to get rid of this text. After getting rid of this text, we need to go ahead to our folders. So we need to visit screens, and in authentication, we need to create a new file. And this file, we need to call it signin.style.js. Okay, so after creating this file, the first thing that we need to import style sheet from React Native. After importing our style sheet, we're going to go ahead and create our style. So it has to be styles, and we are going to use our style sheet to create it. So we need to have our styles in here, so we can just press enter so that we can create space, and we need to export it. So we're going to export. So we need to export default. And here we're exporting this name. Okay, so we need to export styles like that. So that's all that we need to do. So we need to put it side by side with our sign-in page. So let's drag and drop. It's just drag, not drag and drop. Okay, so in here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a style. So we need to create an object. We need to put braces, and in these braces, we need to have our styles. Okay, so we need to import styles, right? And we're going to import our styles from this sign-in style. So let's go ahead and try to import. So here we're going to import style from sign-in. So we have our styles. So we need to create our first style here. So here we're going to have a container. So for container, we're going to create the object first. So in our object, we're going to require flex. And for flex, we're going to have 1. And we also need padding. We need to give it a padding of 20. After padding, we are going to have a background color. So our background color here has to come from colors. So we need to import colors, and our colors have been imported right on top. And we have to use the light white color. So that's all that we need to do for our container. So we can save. After saving here, we need to map this style. We need to import the style from our styles. Okay, so let's just go ahead and have braces again. So here we're using styles. Okay, something is off. Something is off. Let me see. It should be styles.container. Okay, let's just go ahead and have a text in here so that we can see whether our style has been implemented correctly. Okay, so our error comes from here, is coming from here. So make sure that if you're using styles which are from an external file, not within the file, then you just need to get rid of the style that you created the page with. Okay, so if we say now our text is appearing on the screen, so that was the source of our error. So here, let's close this and let's go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. Add a comma. So right underneath, we want to, not right underneath, in here, we want to use formic. Since we are going to have a form, we want to use formic. So we want to go ahead and import formic. So this is formic. So make sure it's imported right on top. Okay. Once you import formic, then we're just going to go ahead and close it like that. So inside the first one, we are going to need initial values. So we are going to bring it down, initial values. So these initial values should come from the top, So not from the top, but we need to have initial values. For initial values, we're going to use like 2 values. We're going to use email and password. So they have to be inside a double brace. So inside our double brace, we're going to have email first, and our email has to be a string, an empty string, and we're going to have a password like that. And here it has to be an empty string. Now that we have these 2, we have to come down. We have to go ahead and have on submit. So on submit, we need to do something. If everything is valid on submit, then we need to go ahead and log in, isn't it? So we need to go ahead and have a value here, and then we want to log in. So here we're going to pass it as an empty function for now, since we don't have our login function. But right on top, we're going to require a validation schema. We need to validate our form before we submit. So we need to have a validation schema as well. So we're just going to call it validation schema like that. So we need to create this validation schema. So we can create it outside of this sign-in page right on top, okay? So we're going to have const validation schema is equals to, so here we need to use yap, okay? Yap is going to be the package that we're going to use for form validation. So we need to import it first. So here we're going to import everything. So for everything, we're going to use star as yap, and we want to get it from, oh, nope. And we want to get it from our package, yep, okay? So we have the package already in our package.json. So here we want to use this yap that we've imported here. So we're going to say yap.object, and then we want to have shape, and then in here we're going to have our our variables. So first we're going to handle our password. So for our password, we're going to use yup.string, not tab, but yup.string. So our password has to be a string, and we have to add a minimum. So our password has to have a minimum of 8 characters. If the characters are not 8, then we need to pass a message to the user that password must be at least 8 characters. That's at least 8 characters, something like that. Okay, that's one. And we have to make this field required. So down here we need to add dots, and we have to set it as required. Okay, and in here we just want to pass a message. If that field has been left out, then we have to tell the user that this field is required. So right underneath, we're going to have the one for email. So we need to add a comma, and we want to have our email. So our email, we need to do the same. Our email is going to be a string as well. So here we're going to say yup.email, yup.string, not email. And right underneath, we need to use this email method. So email method will validate our email. If an email has and .com, then that email is valid, right? So here, if the email is not valid, we need to pass a message to the user. We're going to say provide a valid email, like that. And this field is also required. So we're going to say dot required, like that. And we add the message, and the message is going to be required in here. So that's all that we need to do for validation. So the next thing that we're going to focus on, since we are done with these initial values, the validation, and on submit, we need to go ahead and work on our form. So in here, that's in between, like inside, what we need to have a brace. Inside our brace, we need to have a bracket, and we also need to have another brace. Okay, and we are going to have an arrow function here. So after our arrow function, we need to add another brace. In here, that's where we are going to have our view. So we're just going to create a view like that. So our arrow is gone. So everything, we're going to put some methods that we're going to use here from yup, and then here we're going to render our UI. That's our text fields and our buttons. Have handle change. We're not going to use handle blank, but we're going to handle change, the change that we're going to have in our text input. After that, we are going to have a property with the name touched. So we're going to explore them a little bit when we are creating our text input. And we're also going to have handle submit, and we require values as well as errors. So if there are any errors, we need to show them right underneath our input fields. And we're going to have is valid and set field touched. Okay, like that. So these are the ones that we're going to use. So right on top, we need to create some state variables. Okay, so we need to have some state variables here. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and import useState from React. Okay, so here we're going to have useState. So we need to have our state variables here. So first, we're going to create the one for our loader when we are submitting our data to the database, not to the database, but to the backend. We need to show an indicator that, okay, where a process is underway. Okay, so here we're going to use state, and we need to add brackets. So initially it's going to be false. So we are done with that. Let's create another one, and this one is going to be null. So we're going to have a response data. So this is the response that we're going to get when we actually sign in. All right, so we're going to get response data, and here we want a function to go ahead and set response data like that. And right underneath, we're going to have another one, and it's going to be a boolean. So this one is going to be for the password, and it's going to be obscure text. So we are going to use this to show or hide our password. So here we need to just paste, and we need to go ahead and have our obscure text, and we need to set it to false. All right. So we are done with this. Next, we need to work inside this view. Okay, so inside this view, we want to go ahead and have another view, and we want to give this view a style. So let's have our view first, and in our view, okay, we need to press enter. After pressing enter here, we just need to add a style. So our style is going to come from styles, and here we have to call it input wrapper, like that. It's supposed to be input wrapper. So we're going to create this as a function, wrapper with double P. So we need to add something here. So this one should be a color, So I'm just going to go ahead and write the code, and then we can explain as we move on. Okay, so here it's supposed to be touch.email. So our first field is going to be for the email. Let's bring this a little bit. No, we can bring our style down so that it can be visible. If our input is email, okay, if our selected input is email, here our color should be light blue. Okay, so we need to use the colors that we have in our constants, and here it has to be light blue, like that. And if not, then our color should be gray. So we're going to access the same colors, and here we have to make it gray, like that. So this one is supposed to be a semicolon. So our error will be gone. So we need to create this input wrapper. So we need to come to our styles. In our styles, we need to go ahead and create the same style input wrapper. So we're going to create it as a function. So in here, we want an argument. So our argument is going to be border color. So this is border color. Okay, so we are going to be triggering changes to our border color each and every time that we select an input field. Okay, so this one, border color. So let's bring this a little bit to the side so that we can see our styles as we create them. So the first thing that we're going to require is border color. So we're going to just have BC. So our border color is going to be mapped to this border color. Okay, now we're going to have a background color. So here we're going to have a background color. So our color is going to be colors.lightwhite. We need to give it a border width. So we said for our border color to show, we need to provide border width. Without border width, then that color won't show. We need to give it a border width of 1. And we need to give our input wrapper a height. We're going to give it a height of 50. After that, let's go ahead and give it a border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of 12. And we want to give it a flex direction because we want to make it a row. So here, not flex, but flex direction. We have to make it a row. And we want to add a little bit of padding horizontally. So we're going to have padding horizontal. It's supposed to be padding horizontal. Okay. So our padding horizontal is going to be 15, and we need to align items to the center. Okay, so our shortcuts are not working, not alignment. It's supposed to be align items, and we need to align the items to the center, like that. So we're done with our input style. Next, we're going to go ahead and work inside our row. So this view is a row. Okay, so we can bring it to the side a little bit. Here we can bring this down so that it can be visible. Okay, so we need to create another view, and inside this view we want to add another view, like that. So inside of this view, that's where we are going to paste the view that we just cut, and we need to format our code. So we need to add styles to the views that we have. So we have this first one, and we have the second one. The third one is the one that contains our row, the row which is going to contain our input, our text input. Okay, so first let's handle this one. We want to give it a style, and the style is going to come from styles. We have to create a new style with the name wrapper. So this wrapper is going to be wrapping everything. So we need to go ahead and create this wrapper object. So inside of this wrapper, we're just going to add a margin bottom, and we're going to give it a margin bottom of 20. So that's all that we need to do for that one. After adding a margin bottom, we need to have a text. Okay, so here we're going to use a text directly. So this text is going to be a label, the label that we're going to put on top of our text field to show like, okay, the user, this text field is for the email, something like that. So here we need to provide a name. So for this one is going to be for the email, right? It's going to be for the email, and we need to add style to it like that. And our style is going to come from our styles. So we need to give it a name. The name is going to be label. So we need to go ahead and create this style object. So we can just copy and then create our style object here. So in our style object, we need to have some props. So the first prop that we're going to have is font family. And for font family, we're going to be using regular. And we also need to go ahead and give it a font size. So, okay, it's supposed to be font size. Let me press escape so that we can see. Bring this a little bit down so that everything can be visible. So for font size, we're going to give it sizes.small. So we're going to be using our sizes, and here it's supposed to be small. So we've gotten that out of the way. Next, we're going to have a margin bottom. So we need to add a little bit of space between the label and the text field itself. So we're going to have margin bottom, and we want to give it a margin bottom of 5. And we need to have margin end. We're also going to give it a margin end of 5. And we need to align the text to the right. So we are going to use the prop text align. And here we need to use right like that. So if we save our styles, nothing is going to happen. But if we come here and save this, then we are going to have this. This is exactly what we need. Okay, so we are going to have two of these, the one for the email and the one for the password. So we need to bring it down a little bit. So this is black by default because we are not yet using this value touched because we don't have an input field here. Okay, as soon as we have our input field, then we are going to have a change in color in our border color, right? We're just going to have a change of color. Our border color is going to change from light blue to gray, something like that. So let's go ahead and work inside of this view. So inside our view, we're going to go ahead, since it's a row, the first thing that we are going to require an icon. So here we're going to use material community icons, but we need to go ahead and import them first. So here it's supposed to be community icons, and it's a class component. So we just need to copy the name and go right at the top. So on the top, we're going to import. After importing, then we need to paste the name. After pasting the name, we need to specify where we are getting these fonts from. So here, they're going to come from Expo/vector icons, like that. So now that we got that out of the way, next we need to provide a name of our icon. So the name that we're going to, the icon that we're going to use is an email outline, okay, like that. And we need to give it a size. It's supposed to be size right here. So we're going to give it a size of 20, and the color has to be gray. So we need to utilize the color prop. So here we're going to access our colors, and it has to be gray like that. So if we save, we should have an icon right over there. So that's exactly what we need. Next, we're going to focus on our text field. So right underneath this icon, we're going to have a text input. So we need to import this text input, and it should come from, not from React Native paper, but it should come from React Native. So here we're just going to have our text input. Now that we have our text input is a class component. So let's go ahead and close it. In here, what we're going to need, first we're going to take care of our placeholder. Okay, It's supposed to be holder like this. And for placeholder, we have to provide the string, okay? So here we're going to say enter email like that. So if we save, then we have our text here. Let's see. We need to provide a little bit of spacing in between our icon and our text, our placeholder. So if we use a width spacer here, okay, width spacer, since we're in a row, that's appropriate, and we want to give it a width, and we'll give it a width of 5. Let's go ahead and use 10. 10 will do. Okay, so here, okay, I don't know, with the commas, please don't add commas the way that I'm doing. So alternating, like doing styles and writing the components, it's a little bit confusing because in styles we add commas, but in components we don't. So if you're writing styles and writing components at the same time, you're going to like do the same at some point. So here we are going to have on focus. So on focus, we're going to go ahead and do something. So let's see, we need a function. So on focus, we want to set touched. So we're going to use this boolean. It's a boolean field, isn't it? Yes. We're going to set touched, and we want to set it to email. So we have to provide a string here. And on blur, that means that particular text input is no longer selected. So on blur, we need to do the same. So what we can do, we can just copy on focus here, and then we can change the name. Okay, we can do it this way. We need to add a brace, but we can run a test without the braces to see whether it will work or not. So here we need to have on blur. So on blur we need to do some. So here we need to just remove on focus. So on blur, what we need to do, we need to set field. We need to set this email to an empty, okay, to an empty string. Right underneath that, we need our values. Okay, so here each text field requires a value. So our value is going to be our values, and from our values, we want to use the email field, and we want to disable auto capitalize, and we want to set it to none here, like that. Right below, we also want to disable autocorrect because it's an email. We don't want people to run into an error whereby our application is correcting their emails. Autocorrect is going to be set to false. So in here, we need to have double braces, and we need to set it to false. Here, we need to get rid of this comma. Okay, it's not double brace, it's a single brace. And for the style, we just need to have a flex, and we need to set it to 1, like that. So we are done with our input. So if we touch, our input is now blue. So this gray, I think it's just way too dark. It's too dark. So what we can do, we can use light gray, like that. So if it is not selected, then it will be light gray. If it is selected, then it's light blue. So right underneath our input, we're going to have another view. No, not underneath our input, but right outside of this view, we are going to have a condition. In this condition, we want to display our error if we have any. Okay, so our condition, we're going to say if touch.email, okay, and if we have an error, so here we're going to say errors.email. If these two are true, then we need to show the error, okay? We need to show the error. So in here, we need to just display a text, and we need to close it. So inside here, that's where we are going to display our error. So our error is going to be email.error, not email.error, but errors.email, like that. But we need to add style to it. So let's go ahead and add the style. So for our style, we need to access our styles, and then it's going to be error message, like that. So we need to go ahead and create this error message since we don't have the style object as yet. So here, it's supposed to be a colon. So for error message, we're going to have a red color. So let's just press escape. So we need to set the color of the text. So our color here is going to be colors.red. And we also need to define the font family, the size, and where it is going to be. Okay. So we can have these ones and paste them here. The size is going to be small. The family is going to be regular as well, like that. Margin bottom, we're going to change it to margin top, okay? And this margin end, we're going to change it to margin left, like that. So we're done with our error. So let's go ahead and save. So that's all that we need to do for this particular view. So next, we're going to just copy everything that we did and we replicate. So we want to have two fields, the one for the email and the one for the password. So what we do here, we're just going to close this, copy everything, press enter, and then we paste it again. So if we save, then we'll have two fields. And here we have our error. This one is required and this one is required. But here we have these errors because we're using the same, okay? We're using email instead of password. So for this one, we're going to change to password. That's the text, okay? So we need to go ahead and change all these values where we use email and we're going to use password. So what I'm going to do, the easier way, I'm going to change this to lock first, and I'm going to select everything that's related to email and change it to password, okay? So here, Control D, like that. So it has to be password, like that. So we save. Okay, so our touch is working and our border colors are changing as we select a field, okay? So unselected is gray, selected is blue, okay? So that's it for fields. Next, we need to go ahead and try to have obscure text for password, okay? So right after our text input, right in this view, right after our text input, we're going to have a touchable opacity, like that. So we need to have a touchable opacity and make sure that it has been imported right on top. So I'm just going to close it and visit our imports. We have our touchable opacity right on top. Now we need to go ahead and use this touchable opacity to trigger whether to show or to hide our password. So the first thing that we need, I'm just going to handle the design first and then handle the press. Like if a user presses, then we're going to handle the event. Okay. So here we're going to have material community icons and we have to close it. So first we have to provide a name, but our name here is not going to be just a name, but we need to set a condition for it since we want to show two different icons. Okay, so we're going to have a brace. So here we're going to use obscure text. If obscure text, then we're going to display I outline, like that. Else we're just going to display another icon with the name I of outline, like that. So we need to give this a size and a color. Color is going to be black. So we are going to leave it like that because it has to be visible. It doesn't have to be gray as the other icons that we have. Okay, so here we're just going to give it a size and we want to reduce the size of these icons to 18 because right on top, not right on top, but for the other icon, we were using 20. Okay, so that's what we need. So here we want to handle press. So on press, we're listening to on press event. On press, we need to do something. So here we're going to have our function. Let's see where the error is coming from. Okay, is this supposed to be equal? Okay, so in here we need to trigger the obscure text. Okay, so first we want to set obscure text. We want to trigger it from true to false, from false to true. So to do that, we're going to use not obscure text. Okay, and for our input, we need to add an extra field. Okay, so for our password, for it to be obscure, we need to include secure text entry. supposed to be secure text entry, and we have to define the value that we are using to secure the text. So for this case, we are going to use obsecure like that, and we need to save. Write something here. Nothing is going to happen because we forgot one prop. Okay, so here, this is for our password. So we're going to have on change text. So on change text, we need to set state. Okay, so if there's a change in our input field, then we want to handle the change, right? So this one is going to be for the email. So we need to provide the name of the field, which is going to be, this one is going to be for the password. So we need to handle the change like that. So we need to do the same for both the email and the password. So we did for the password. Now we want to go ahead and make a change and do the same for the email like that. So if we save and come back and try to write something, now we can write something. And here, provide a valid email because we didn't put at, so, and .com. Okay, so if it is like this, then our email is valid. Same as for our password. If you had to write our password here, right? So if you just write 3 letters, then we have an error message. Password must be at least 8 characters. So these are the messages that we are sending to the user here when we're handling our input using Yap. Okay, so if these ones are 8, okay, then the error will be gone. And here we already set our obscure text. So if we click here, then our text would be hidden. And if we click back, then our text will be shown. So we're done with our text field. Next, we're going to go ahead and put a button here, the submit button. Our view. So this last field, okay, this is our last field. This is our first field. Right outside of this last field, we need to add a height spacer, and we have to have a height in here. Like we have to use the height prop, and we have to give it a height of 20. After this height spacer, we need to have a button. So if we use the button in this page, the successful.jsx, so we need to copy this button and we need to go ahead and paste it in our sign in. So once we paste the button here, we need to import it. So we need to just rewrite the name and then we import. So for our handle search, like for our on press, we need to handle it in a different way. So we are going to pass it as in an empty function. And here we have to change the size from 50 to 40. And here we have to change the text and we're going to say sign in. Let's put it in caps like that. The colors are okay. And we need to import the sizes because we've used the colors before, but we haven't imported the sizes. So if we go back right at the top, we have our colors, our sizes, our height spacer, and our button. So let's go ahead and save and see whether we can see the changes. Yes, this is what we need. So we have everything that we need here. And this is scrollable, okay? It's scrollable, so it's okay. Right now, we need to go ahead to handle this press. We are going to use handle submit, okay? So in here, we're going to say handle submit like that. So this is what we need to do. So if you're handling submit, we're going to go ahead and hit this, okay? Hit this property that we have here. So what we can do, we can go ahead and just log whatever we have in our form. So here it's supposed to be log, and we're going to log the value. Just for a test, we're just going to log the value. So let's go ahead and save. So if it's valid, if everything is valid, then if we press submit, then we should have something printed on our terminal. Let's make this a little bit bigger, bring it up a little bit like that, okay? But it has to be valid for us to be able to submit this form. And here we can just write anything random as well for our password, but it has to be at least 8 characters. And then if we press submit, then we should have something printed on our terminal. So this is what we wrote. and it's printed here. So that means we're getting our data. So let's go ahead and try to submit like this. Nothing is going to be printed because here our form is invalid, okay? And we want to go ahead and print the value of this is valid, okay? So right at the bottom, we can just go ahead, copy this and paste it down. After we paste it down, let's see whether it's accessible to the top or not. I doubt it's valid is accessible right at the top. No, it's not valid, so we cannot use it. We can only use it inside, okay? So a user can only log in if they have valid data here, like that. If the data is valid, if you press, then whatever you've entered here is going to be printed. But if it is not valid here, then we're not going to do anything. Even if you press, nothing will come here. So that's okay. That's good. Our form is working fine. Next, we're just going to copy whatever we have in here and put it in our registration page, and then we can make some few changes. And then the next thing that would be left is most probably to work on our REST API, and then we can come back and integrate our REST API to our front end. Have here, we just add a little bit of padding to the top of 30 so that we can create a space here. So this is our final design for this page. So right now, let's go ahead and work on our registration. So what we need to do, we just need to go ahead, copy everything that we have on top, go to our registration, and we're going to replace everything like that. And we need to have this, the validation. So for validation, we have to put it right on top before our component. So we need to add one more for our username. So username is going to be a string and is going to be required when a person is registering. So we need to give it a name, username, and it has to be a string. A minimum, we're going to give it a minimum of 3. Okay, not password. So here it has to be username, must be at least 3 characters, and it's required. So that's all that we need to do for our form validation. Next, we need to go ahead and copy our state variables, go inside registration, and then we paste, okay? So here we can format our code, and now we need to deal with everything that's inside. So we can copy it as it is and make some changes. Can paste it here. We don't have an error, so far so good. So the first thing that we need to do in here, we need to come to our initial values. We need to add 1 with the name username, okay? It has to be username, and here we're initializing it as an empty string. Everything remains the same here. So right at the bottom, we have our email. So we need to close this field, and we need to copy and duplicate it. We just need to duplicate it. Copy and duplicate is one and the same word. So we just need to copy and paste it, okay? So we are going to paste it right at the top. After pasting, we need to change this icon from email. We need to change it to a different icon. So for this one, we're going to use the one with the name. It's Postman profile, okay? So the easier way to do it is to do it like that. Okay, so we have Postman profile, not Postman agent, Postman/profile, like that. After we change this, we need to go ahead and change here our title, our label, not our title, has to be username. That's 1. And now we need to change these ones. So to change these, we're going to select them all. This one is supposed to be username, like that. And we're going to save. Okay, so we need to import the style. Let's see. We have the style here. Okay, so this page was created with the style right underneath. So we need to get rid of the style so that we can use the style that we have right on top. Okay, the one that we created from the sign in. So I guess that was the only error that we had. So if we come here, everything is working like a charm. So we just need to go ahead and change this text from sign in to register. It's supposed to be register in caps, okay, like that. So we are done with the authentication. So let's go ahead, run a test first before we move on to the next one. So we're supposed to log whatever we are writing here on our terminal. So if we press, If we press register, then this is what should get. We should have the email, the password, and the username. So our form is working fine and it's validated. So we are done with this part. The next time we're going to revisit this page is going to be when we are implementing our REST API. We finished working on our authentication UI. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on this page, which is select room. So each and every hotel got different types of rooms, right? So if you go to the hotel page, see the details, the location, the reviews, and everything, and the price range. This price here is not supposed to be a fixed price, but it's going to be a price range. Okay. So the price you're going to determine by yourself. Like if you go ahead and select a room, then each and every room should have like a different price, is it? So we're going to work on the select room, and then if we select a room, then we can go ahead and create another page for this selected room. Okay, so we're going to open this page. We worked on this asset image before using this page, but we just need to get rid of this, and we also need to get rid of the style, if I'm not mistaken. So let's leave the style there, but we're going to remove this image. So this is our page now. What we need to do, we need to go ahead and go to one of the pages, like places, not places per se, but recommendations. We just want to copy the data. So this data, you can choose the, like you can put the correct data. So I'm just going to use the mock data. Same as for this course, like it will walk you through the process to the point that you can be able to do some other stuffs by yourself, because the concepts we've already introduced them. So it's a matter of just taking the concept that you've learned when you're creating a backend, and then you can implement them to fix some issues that we're not going to address. Okay, so let's go to our select room. Right on top, we need to paste this. Okay, so after pasting this, we need to go ahead and call these rooms, and let's just close it. Okay, so inside here, we're going to have a view, and we're going to have another view inside it. So here, let's go ahead and have our view. So inside our view, we need to give it a style. It's supposed to be style. And here, we just need to give it a height. Okay, so here we're going to, it's supposed to be a double brace, not a single brace. So here we're going to give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 100 here. After giving it a height, we need to place the A bar inside. So we've used an A bar in, let's see, if we go to recommendations, we have an A bar in recommended. So we're going to copy this A bar, and we're going to put it in our select room right here. And we're going to just go ahead and re-import this A bar. So here it's supposed to be select room, the title, like that. So here we're going to focus on one icon, the back icon. Okay, so we're going to remove the other icon. So if we save, okay, we don't have colors, so we need to import colors, and then we save. So we're going to a hotel. In that hotel, we need to select a room. So our A bar is right at the top. We need to remove this icon as well and save. So we don't have that icon anymore. So here we need to manipulate the left and the right. So we need to give it a 20. So if we give it a 20, then it will be inside. And we need to change this top to 50. Let's give it a 50. So it's going to be a little bit down. So that's exactly what we need. So we are done with our A bar. So let's format our code a little bit so we can close our A bar here and move on to the next component. So this next component is going to be right outside of our view. So right outside of our view, we're going to require a flat list. Okay, so here we're going to have a flat list. So we need to import a flat list right on top. We have a flat list. So we want to render a list of rooms that we have, but the data that we're going to use is the data that's belonging to places, if I'm not mistaken. That's places. So you can change it to fit the description of the rooms, but the most important thing is to keep these keys the same. Your data might be different, but your keys has to be the same, because we will still want to use our reusable tile. Okay, so in order for us to use a reusable tile, then these keys should be the same as the ones that we've used in our reusable tile. So let's go ahead and close. So in our flat list, the first prop that we're going to require is the data. Okay, so for data, we're going to take this data from rooms. That's the one that we want to feed to our flat list. So here it's supposed to be rooms. Once we have this data, we're going to go ahead and not show, but we want this list to be vertical, and it's vertical by default. So we are not going to do anything. The other thing, we need to go ahead and remove show vertical indicator, vertical scroll indicator. I hope I'm writing it right. So this one, we have to set it to false. So we need to use a key extractor in here. So we're going to have our key extractor. So we said a key extractor, we use a key extractor to differentiate each and every item on our list. So we have to use a unique key for each and every item. In this case, we are going to use the ID, because each and every item that we have has a unique ID. So we need our extractor. So our extractor takes an item. So this item is coming from the processed data. Okay, so if our data comes in here, it's going to be processed, and we're going to get an item. Okay, a list of items. So we're going to get each and every item. After we get each and every item, then we are going to access that item, and we are going to take the item underscore ID. After we have this ID, now we can go ahead and render our data. So to render our data, we use render item. Okay, so in here, we're going to have our item, and we need to display something in here. So for a start, we're going to just go ahead and display a text component like that. We need to close. And in here, we're going to just take the item that we are receiving here, and we're going to get the title. It's supposed to be title like that. So if we save, now we have a list of items that we have in here. Okay, so we have 5 items, and these are the names of the items. So we're certain that we're displaying our lists. Our flat list has no error. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a view. Okay, so we need to close this view. So inside of this view, we're going to have a reusable text widget, not reusable text, but a reusable tile. Okay, and we need to close it. And let's make sure that our reusable tile has been imported. So if you hover over, and if you see this information, then that means the reusable tile has been imported. And if we take a look here, our reusable tile takes in on press, and it takes in the item. Okay, so we want to take the item. Okay, and for the item, we're going to pass the item that we're getting from our data and pass it to our reusable tile. And if we save, then we should have our reusable tiles here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to add a little bit of margin, So we can do it here. We're going to have a style. So inside of our style, we're going to have margin horizontal. And for margin horizontal, we have to give it a margin of 12. 12 will do, or we can go up to 20 to make it the same as our A bar. 20 will do. And we're also going to give it a margin vertical. Not vertical per se, but we're going to have margin bottom, because we want to create a space between our tiles. So here, instead of having another horizontal, we're going to have bottom. So for the bottom, we're going to give it a 10, and then we save. So now we have this space. We've created this space. So right inside, what we are going to do, we're going to go ahead, cut this, and we are going to create another view. Okay, and we need to close it. After closing it, we need to paste our reusable tile. So we need to give style to this view that we have here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have our style. We need to put double brace. So the first thing that we need the background color, and we're going to give it a color from colors, and it has to be light white. So we want to make it the same color as our tile, okay? And we're going to give it a border radius of 12, like that. So in here, since we're in a column, this is a column, we want to place a button here right underneath, okay? But before we place the button, we want to go ahead and utilize our height spacer in here, because we want to create a space between the button that we're going to place underneath and this reusable text, this reusable tile, not text. Dang, I'm keeping on making the same mistake. So here we require height. So we're going to give it a height of 10, and we should have a button right underneath. Okay, so we go back to success, and we want to go ahead and get the button. So we have a button right underneath. That's the button that we're going to take. So we're going to take this button, go back to selected rooms, selected room, and right underneath our height spacer, we're going to paste the button, and we need to re-import this reusable button. So I'm not sure whether we do have sizes. So we are just going to re-import. After re-importing, we can save. So this is what our button looks like. Okay. So we need to align it to the center, or give it a margin horizontal. So what we can do, we can wrap it inside of a view. We can copy, cut, and create another view, right? Like that. So let's see. Okay. So these components are not closing automatically. Okay. So we have a view. So we need to add style to this view. So inside, we need to go ahead and have a margin horizontal of 10. So let's go ahead and copy this margin horizontal and place it here, and we're going to give it a 10. Okay, but it's pushed to the side. That's not what we want. So here, let's just have margin. So if we have margin, we don't need the height spacer, but we need to align it to the center. So what we need to do, let's have justify content, and we're going to justify everything to the center. That didn't change anything, so we need to try align items. So it has to be align items, and we need to align this item to the center. So we need to change the name from done to select room. Okay, so if it is the room that we like, then we're just going to go ahead and select that room. So here it has to be select room. So our color can be the same, or you can change the name of the, not the name, but the color of the button. Either way, it's okay. So if we click here, we are supposed to be prompted to another page. So we still need to create this page. Okay. So it's going to be selected room, like that. So we need to go ahead and create the page. Okay. The styles to the style that we have right underneath. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and split this to the left. Okay, let's close this bar. So first, we're going to take care of this style that we have here. Let's just go ahead, cut it. After cut it, we need to come to the other selected room. We need to come to styles, and here we're going to give it a name tile. Okay, and we need to paste the style, add a comma afterwards, just press enter. So here we need to access our styles, and we need to pick tile. Okay, this should be column. Okay, the next one should be tile column, and the next one should be tile. So for tile, we need to just go ahead, copy this, cut, not copy. We need to cut, and we need to paste here, add a comma, So here we need to map it to the right style. So it's supposed to be styles.tile. So this one is going to be button. Okay. So we need to access our styles and we just call it btn style. So we're going to create the object for this btn style and we need to paste the code. So that's all that we need to do. We have our styles and we have our page. If we go ahead and save, everything remains the same, but we've lessened the number of like, we just made our code a little bit cleaner than before. Okay. So right here, we need to go ahead and create this page, selected room. So we need to go ahead, open our Explorer. In our Explorer, we need to go to details. In details, screens, details, create a new file, and we're going to call it selected rooms. And it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create the component. We can close this. We don't need it anymore. Or we can just close everything on this end. Okay. So we need to create the component for this. We're going to create it with the style. So what we're going to do next, we're going to just save this page. After saving it, we need to go ahead and include it in our index.js. So inside our index.js, we're going to import, and we're importing our selected room, and we are going to export it here like that. We save. So we need to be able to navigate to this particular page. Okay. So we need to visit our app.js. In our app.js, we need to create a new screen. So we can just copy paste here. We're going to map selected rooms to, we are going to map selected rooms to selected room component. Okay, like that. So here we need to go ahead and put the name of the route. So the name of the route is going to be the same as the name of the component. So we can save. So right now, if we go to a selected room, not selected room, but if we go to select room, we won't be able to navigate to this page. Why? Because we don't have navigation. Okay. So we need to receive the navigation object here. So after we receive the navigation object, then we're able to go to the page that we just created. So if we click, then we're redirected to that page. Okay, so we need to work on that page and then we can see what we can do next. We are sending, like whenever we are navigating to this route, we need to send data along with it. So here we're going to send item. Okay, so we need to add braces, and in here we need to send item. Okay, and then we can just save. So if we go to selected room, we have to use route. Okay, the use route hook in order for us to get whatever we are sending within a route. Okay, so first we need to go ahead and import. And what are we importing? We're importing a hook, use route, and this hook is responsible for getting the data out of a route. Okay, we capture the data and then we save it. So here we need to create an instance of this route. So we're going to have const router is equals to use route, and we need to close it. After we have this route, we can use it to extract the data. But first, we're going to create a variable where we are going to store the data. So our variable is going to be item. Okay, so we need to create an item. So this item, we're going to get it from router.params. Okay, so like that. If we close here and we go ahead and log this item, then we are going to get our data. Okay, so if we click here, let's bring our terminal up a little bit so that we can see what we're doing. So if we click, we're supposed to get the data here. Okay, so we've received the data of the selected room. So now we can do something with that data. So in selected rooms, what we're going to do, we're going to have the same setup. Okay, so we need to copy this and we need to go ahead and paste it in here. After we paste, we're going to re-import our app bar, and we also need to receive navigation here like that. So if we receive navigation, we'll be able to go back. So if we save, we're bound to run into an error because we don't have our colors imported. So let's import them and we save again. let's go to our room, select room, and then we can select any. So we have our app bar right on top. So we are done with our app bar. So right now we need to design everything that comes below our app bar. Okay, so this view is encapsulating our app bar. So we need to create another view right underneath it, and we need to close it. After closing, we're going to have another view, and that view is going to be a row. Okay, but before we get to that, we want to give a style to this row that we created, and we need to give it a margin. So margin horizontal. So we're going to handle it in here. So here it's supposed to be margin horizontal, and we need to give it a margin horizontal of 10. So inside we need to have another view, and this view that we're creating, we have to make it a row. So in order for us to make it a row, we need to give it a style, and the style that we're going to use is the style that we have in our reusable style. So we need to go and use reusable, and we need to import this reusable.style.js. And then here we're going to have row with space, and we need to provide a prop to the data to our justify content prop. So here it has to be space between. So we need to provide it as a string. So here it's supposed to be space between, like that. So inside we're going to have a text. We're going to have a text. So we're going to just open one of the pages that we worked on before. We can just open this one that's recommended. And then we're going to revisit a reusable tile. So here, reusable tile, we just copied the reusable tile, the reusable text, okay? And then we're going to place it in here. Let's format our code. After formatting, we need to import the reusable text, okay? So we have to import sizes. We've already imported the colors. So we need to give this a title, right? We need to have a title here. So our title is going to come from item. So let's go ahead, select a room again. Here we have our name, Disney. So most probably we need to do a little bit more. So right on top of this, we're going to require an image, okay? So let's cut this. Cut these views, 2 of them, okay? So this, we're going to cut it, and we're going to create another view, and we need to close it. Right inside, we're going to create another view. So inside this view, we're going to have a network image. So let's go ahead and just import the component network image, and then we need to close it. So we need to provide the props, and right underneath, we're going to have a height spacer like that, and we're going to give it a height of 20. Let's give it a height of 20. So below, we need to paste the code that we cut the last time. So we need to go ahead and style these 2 views that we introduced. So we're going to give them a margin horizontal, but we're going to give them a margin horizontal of 20. The first one, okay, like that, and we have to give it a margin horizontal of 20. And the next one, we need to give it a style, but a different style. So here we're going to go ahead and have a background image, not a background image, a background color. So we need to access our colors. From our colors, we need to use light white, like that. And we need to give it a border radius. So here we're supposed to have border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of 16. So let's go ahead and deal with our network image. So for our network image, the first thing that we're going to require is the source of the data, the source of the image or data, either way. So our image is going to come from item.imageURL. So if we take a look at the data that we printed, we want to take this key. That's the key that we want to render. We want to pass to our network image. So after we have this, we have to include the width, okay? So our width is going to be a string, and our string is going to be 100%. After that, we're going to require a height. And for height, we're going to have a height of 200. Right after that, we're going to have radius. So this radius is for the image, and we're going to give it a radius of 16. So if we save, we shouldn't have any errors, but we should have an image here, okay? So the image might take a little bit of time to render, but it will render if it didn't make any mistake. Okay, so image is rendering. So we have an image here and we have our details right underneath the image. Okay, so right underneath our, not underneath, but here we're in a row. This is a row. Okay, so inside of this row we want to have another row. So this row is going to include our rating and our reviews. So we need to have the title here, and we're going to have our rating and our reviews right at the end. So we need to create another row. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create another view. After creating another view, we need to close it, press enter, and here we need to copy this and we need to replace this view that we have here, and we need to change the dynamic of this. Okay, we need to change it to flex start. So we need it to be starting from the right. So it's supposed to be flex start. So inside we are going to call our rating. Okay, so we have our rating component already created. So we're going to import that rating and we are going to close it. So in here, our rating, if we hover over, text in rating. Okay, and if we take a look at the data that we are printing here, we have this value rating. So we need to go ahead and call our rating prop, and we need to pass item dot rating. Okay, like that. So if we save, we should have our rating over here. So so since we're in a flex start, there's not going to be any space between this rating and our next component, which is going to be our reviews. Okay, so in order for us to create this space, we are going to use a width spacer. So here we're going to use a width spacer since we're in a row. So here we need to call the width, and we're going to give it a width of 10, and we need to close the component. After closing the component, we're going to use a reusable text. Okay, so we need to paste a reusable text here. Let's format our code a little bit. After formatting our code, let's try to clean up a little bit so that we can see where we are, like that. And that is okay. So here we're going to pass the rating, not rating, but review. Okay, it's supposed to be review in here. So if we save, then we have our review, but we have to change the color to gray. Okay, so here we are going to have a gray color. The size is going to remain as medium, but the font family should change from medium to regular. We need to make it a little bit thinner and smaller, and we need to add not braces, but brackets around this. Okay, so we need them to be in brackets. So we are going to have interpolation, have a dollar, not a dollar sign as yet, but have our braces. Okay, we can have brackets, braces. So here we just need to add a dollar sign like that. Okay, so we've got that out of the way. Now we need to jump two views. Okay, so if we come here, this view is for this row. Okay, so we need to go ahead and close it since we are done working on it. Okay, let's open it again so that we won't have any mistakes. It's this view. So 1, 2, here we need to do something. So we need to close this like that. So we are going to work here. So here we're going to require a height spacer. It's supposed to be a height spacer, and we're going to give it a height. We're going to give it a height of 10. After giving it a height, we're going to require a reusable text widget. So we don't have any right on top. We have to open this and we have to copy this, and we need to close it again, and we need to paste it here. So after pasting, okay, here it's a little bit different. Let's see our data. So here we're going to just have location because that's what we have. Okay, so we're just going to put location over there, but it ain't supposed to be location. So it should be something. It should be something. Since it's a room, you should match the data to the correct information, isn't it? And we have to make it gray. It's supposed to be gray here. Let's save. After saving, we need to go ahead and create another view right underneath this. Okay, so here we're going to have a view. We need to add a style, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to place our style. Most probably we're going to do the same to export our styles after we are done. So what we need in here, we're going to need border width. It's supposed to be border width. So we're going to give it a border width of 0.5. And after the border width, we're going to give it, we said if we border width, we're going to give it a color. If we just put a border color without border width, then that border won't show. So here it's supposed to be border color, not border width. So we need to provide the color. So our color is going to come from colors. So it's going to be colors.light, not light white, but it's going to be light gray. And we need to give it a little bit of margin vertically. So here we're going to have margin vertical. Oh, the spelling is wrong. It's supposed to be vertical like that. And we're going to give it a vertical of 15 like that. So we need to go ahead and work inside this view. Okay, so not really. We're not going to do anything inside of this view. This is just a border. Okay, so if we save, now we have a border line. So after this border line, we are going to go ahead and have a reusable text right underneath. Okay, so this reusable text is going to be a heading. So our heading is going to be room requirements. And here we're going to give it regular. Size has to be medium and the color has to be black like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a little bit of space. So here we need to have our height spacer and we need to close it. So here we're going to have our height and we want to give it a height of 30. So after our height, we need to have another row. Okay, so inside of this row, we're going to have a counter and a text. So here we say to create a row, we're going to go ahead, create a view first. After creating the view, we need to give it a style. So we're going to copy whatever we have here up until here. Not everything, but just the first part of the view. And we paste it here and we need to leave this as it is. So first we need to have a reusable text and we need to have the number of guests. Okay, so here is going to be for guests. You can put the number of guests that you want. Okay, for guests, regular, medium, and black, and we're going to save. So that's what we have for now. Next, on the other end, we're going to go ahead and have a counter. So we need to go ahead and create a counter. So if we come to reusable, we need to create a new file and we need to call it counter. Okay, and it has to be a JSX file and we need to create the component. So here we're going to have use state and we're also going to, let's just go ahead and have use effect. Okay, let's have them both. So we need to create state variables right here. So we're going to have consts and we are going to have our array. We're going to have count, set count, and here we need to have use state and our initial value is going to be 0. So it's an integer. Okay, so our value is going to be an integer. So the first thing that we need to do up here, we need to go ahead and create two functions. So the first one is going to be to increment. Okay, is to increment. So let's create it, increment, and it's going to text set count. So in here is going to be this count that we have plus 1. Okay, okay, it's supposed to be an arrow function here. So our error is gone. So right next we need to go ahead and have our decrement. So what we can do, not what we can, but what you can do to make this like a reality, like closer to real app as possible, my advice is to, let's see, here we have number of guests, right? So if a person is uploading the information about a room, they'll specify the number of guests, right? So if it is 4, you need to send that number to this counter, right? You need to send the number of guests to this counter, and you need to go ahead and check, like, if the number of guests, if the number that we have here is equals to 4, then we shouldn't count up. So the number should be between 0 and the maximum number of guests, but we're not going to do that. It's just something that you can do. It's pretty easy. You can just expand on that and just put it into the application. Okay, so for decrement, we're going to have an if statement because we don't want our number to go below 0. So we're going to have if count here greater than, not 1, not 0. Then we're going to subtract. Okay, so we have our increment and decrement. So what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and import our icons. We're going to use ndesign. It's supposed to be ndesign here, and it's going to come from at Expo vector icons. Okay, like that. So we're done with that part. Next, we need to go ahead and we're going to have a role. Okay, so we need to have a style. So in our style, we need to use reusable styles. Okay, so we need to import them. So they're imported right on top. If they're imported, then you can successfully see we have two styles, the container and the row. So we need the row, and we need to use flex start. Okay, so here it's supposed to be flex start like that. So inside we want to have our icons. So we've already imported our icons, so we're going to use them. So first we're going to close them, and we want to provide a name. Okay, so the first prop that we use is name, and let's see. So here we're supposed to have a name. Anyways, it's going to be a string. So the first one that we're going to have is minus square all, and we have to give it a size. It has to be a little bit bigger, so we're going to give it a size of 26. So here we have to give it a size of 26, and we have to change the color. Okay, so for colors, we're going to use the colors that we have in our constants, and we are going to make it gray. So that's our first. So this is a row, so we need to go ahead and have another icon right at the end, but in the middle we should display our number, our text. Okay, so let's format this. After formatting, we need to change this to plus, like that, plus square all. Everything else remains the same. So in here, instead of wrapping our icon into a touchable opacity with the touchable opacity, we can just use on press here. Okay, so if this is pressed, then we are going to do something. So for the first one, since it's minus, we're going to decrement. And for the second one, since it's increment, we need to increment. Okay, like that. So here we need to display a text. So we can copy this reusable text that we have here and make some few changes to it. So we need to paste it here. So we can just bring everything inside, format it a little bit, and then we need to import this reusable text. So here we need to provide the text that we need to render. Okay, so the text that we need to render is going to be the count. So we need to have interpolation, and in here we're going to have space and have another space. Okay, so right here $, and we're going to have count like that. So this should work without any error. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to index. Inside this index, we need to import this counter and then export it, counter, and then we export the counter. So let's go ahead, close this index.js, come to our selected rooms. Here we have our number of guests, and the next thing that we need the counter. Okay, so we've imported the counter and we need to close it. So we do have an error. Sizes, most probably it's related to our text. Okay, like that. So we need to save, go back, select room, and we have our counter there, and our counter is working fine. So let's just go ahead, increase a little bit, add a little bit of space like that. Okay, so we are done with our counter. So let's go ahead and see whether we can make some adjustments to our selected rooms. So after this counter, we are going to go ahead and add a space. Okay, so we're going to have our height spacer here. We need to close it and we need to give it a height of 30, like that. So we want to add a button. We want to add a button right underneath, like book now. So you can go ahead and add a little bit of information about the room. That's the price and the payment method, some stuff like that. So let me do a little bit. You can add the price. For me, I'm just going to add a button. So I'm just going to go ahead, visit this page, get this button, paste it here, and import it again. So it's supposed to be a reusable btn. Okay, so we have our button and we have everything else. So we need to add a little bit of space after this button, like that. So let's format our code and we need to change this to book now, like that. Let's see, number of guests, 4, price per night. And then here we just need to add, not 30 per se, because 30 is too much. We can add 15. Let's have 15 here. So we need to make this a row with space between. So we need to create a view that encapsulates this text that we're creating. So we're going to have a view. We close it and we need to cut this, paste another one. So here on the other end, now you can put the price. Okay. Okay. Something like that. 400. So this is how we can do it. So for payment method, you can do the same. Okay. Payment method, you can do the same. You can just take this row, add a little bit of space, paste this, and you can save first. So here we are going to have the title. So it's supposed to be payment method, like that. So here you can put the name of your payment method, be it Stripe. Let's see, it can be Stripe, like that. But what I urge you to do is to just go ahead, create another view. After creating another view, you need to make it into a row. After making it into a row, you need to have a flex start, like that. Then you take this, you put it in here, you come right on the top, you use asset image. So for asset image, we said we require mod. So for mod, we're going to use contain, like that. We require width. So for width, I'm going to make it as small as possible. For height, I'm going to give it a height. The height should be 20, but the width should be a little bit more because I want to make it like a square. So like this, and we're going to require the data. So for data, we're going to take an image from our assets. So we need to provide a path, and it has to be image here, images. So from images, we have PayPal, MasterCard, and we also have Visa down here. So you can pick one of the images. Okay. So I'm going to go with Visa and then just save, like that. Okay. So here we can change the title to Visa. It depends with how you want your customers to pay. Okay. So you can give them options, like what kind of payment method are they using. They can set it up in settings, and then you can get it from local storage and put it here. But this is going to be our not select room, but selected. So we need to change the title from select to selected. We need to look for the title, a bar title. So here it's going to be selected room. Or what we can do, we can go ahead and get the name from the item. So we're going to say item.title, because this is going to be the name of the room. Okay. So if the name of the room is Statue of Liberty, that's the name that's going to appear on top. So here you can go ahead and process the booking the way that you want. whenever you are going to process the booking here, so I need to set press to the page. Okay, if the booking is successful, we've already designed the page for that. Okay, so if the booking is successful, we're going to go ahead and visit this page. Okay, so the route. Let's see whether we have. Okay, we're receiving our navigation, but we don't have this page here. So we need to visit our app.js. App.js, we need to go. The name is not payment. Let's see. We don't have these pages in here. Okay, so we need to go ahead and hook them up to our router, to our navigation stack. So this is the, okay, it should be this one and the other one. So we didn't hook them up. So don't forget to hook them up. So here is going to be success. Just call it success. And here we have to hook it up to successful. And the other one is fail. And we have to hook it up to failed, like that. So if we save here, go back to our selected rooms, set our navigation to success. Let me check the spelling. It's 1C. Let's put 2C's here so that they can be consistent across the board. Okay, so this is what we have now. So if we click, we're supposed to be taken to this page. And if we click, we're supposed to be taken back. Okay, so we are done. Now that we're done working on our front end, we have to work on our back end, and then we go back to our front end, and then we try to integrate our back end to our front end. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a folder, the folder that we are going to use to store our backend project. So for me, I've already created the folder, and the folder is in this folder. So it's this folder with the name backend. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a new window in VS Code. So you can use any code editor of your choice, but for me, I'm going to go with VS Code. So after opening VS Code, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the folder. After opening the folder, I need to go to that directory where I created the folder. So it was on the desktop, and on the desktop, I have to go to ongoing and backend, and I need to open this folder. So you can do the same, but the directories might be different. Either way is okay. So the next thing that we need to do now that we opened our folder is to go ahead and create our project. So to create our project, we need to open the terminal. After opening the terminal, we need to run the command npm I npm init-y. So we are going to agree to everything. So if we press enter, we don't have to do anything. Our project has been created already. So this is our project. So this is what we have. So first, let's go ahead and install some dependencies that we're going to use in our project. So for starters, we're going to use Express, we're going to use NodeMon, we're going to use Mongoose, we're going to use .env. So let's go ahead and install these four that can get us started. If we need any dependencies as we go on, then we can come back and install them. So let's just press enter. Okay, so it seems like we have an error. It's supposed to be npm I. So here we just press the up arrow, bring back the code, and then add I. So instead of adding I, you can add install. So it'll be npm install. Then you write the name of your dependencies. Then you can just press enter. So after this, the dependencies are going to be installed. While the dependencies are being installed, let's go ahead and create our folder structure. So first, we're going to have a server.js in our root directory. So I'm going to use the command touch because we're in our root directory. This is our root directory, the backend part. So we're going to say touch, and we're going to say server.js. So the file has been created here. So we need folders also. So the first folder that we're going to need is for models. After that, we need to create one for routes. in the root directory, we need one for controllers, and we also need one for our middleware. So we have our folder structure. So in our, let's deal with our package.json first. So what we need to do in here, since we've installed NodeMont, we need to come here to scripts, and we need to change this command from to start, and we need to link it to this server.js. So if we run a command npm start, then this is the script that we are going to be running. So we need to link it to our server.js. So let's go ahead and do that. We need to get rid of this line of code that we have here. So here we're going to say server.js. First, we need to say NodeMon, and NodeMon is going to run server.js. So NodeMon will allow us to hot reset our server each and every time that we make a change to our code. So if we make a change and then save it, NodeMon is just going to hot reset our server. We are not going to be stopping our server and starting it again. So NodeMon is a powerful tool when it comes to hot resetting an Express server. So let's go ahead and save that. So we haven't created our servers yet. Now that we're done working on our front end, we have to work on our back end, and then we go back to our front end, and then we try to integrate our back end to our front end. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a folder, the folder that we are going to use to store our backend project. So for me, I've already created the folder, and the folder is in this folder. So it's this folder with the name backend. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a new window in VS Code. So you can use any code editor of your choice, but for me, I'm going to go with VS Code. So after opening VS Code, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the folder. After opening the folder, I need to go to that directory where I created the folder. So it was on the desktop, and on the desktop, I have to go to ongoing and backend, and I need to open this folder. So you can do the same, but the directories might be different. Either way is okay. So the next thing that we need to do now that we opened our folder is to go ahead and create our project. So to create our project, we need to open the terminal. After opening the terminal, we need to run the command npm init-y. So we are going to agree to everything. So if we press enter, we don't have to do anything. Our project has been created already. So this is our project. So this is what we have. So first, let's go ahead and install some dependencies that we're going to use in our project. So for starters, we're going to use Express, we're going to use NodeMon, we're going to use Mongoose, we're going to use .env. So let's go ahead and install these four that can get us started. If we need any dependencies as we go on, then we can come back and install them. So let's just press enter. Okay, so it seems like we have an error. It's supposed to be npm I. So here, we just press the up arrow, bring back the code, and then add I. So instead of adding I, you can add install. So it'll be npm install. Then you write the name of your dependencies. Then you can just press enter. So after this, the dependencies are going to be installed. While the dependencies are being installed, let's go ahead and create our folder structure. So first, we're going to have a server.js in our root directory. So I'm going to use the command touch because we're in our root directory. This is our root directory, the backend part. So we're going to say touch, and we're going to say server.js. So the file has been created here. So we need folders also. So the first folder that we're going to need is for models. After that, we need to create one for routes. In the root directory, we need one for controllers, and we also need one for our middleware. So we have our folder structure. So in our, let's deal with our package.json first. So what we need to do in here, since we've installed NodeMon, we need to come here to scripts and we need to change this command from to start, and we need to link it to this server.js. So if we run a command npm start, then this is the script that we are going to be running. So we need to link it to our server.js. So let's go ahead and do that. We need to get rid of this line of code that we have here. So here we're going to say server.js. First, we need to say NodeMon, and NodeMon is going to run server.js. So NodeMon will allow us to hot reset our server each and every time that we make a change to our code. So if we make a change and then save it, NodeMon is just going to hot reset our server. We are not going to be stopping our server and starting it again. So NodeMon is a powerful tool when it comes to hot resetting an Express server. So let's go ahead and save that. So we haven't created our server yet. Now that we're done working on our front end, we have to work on our back end, and then we go back to our front end, and then we try to integrate our back end to our front end. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a folder, the folder that we are going to use to store our backend project. So for me, I've already created the folder, and the folder is in this folder. So it's this folder with the name backend. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a new window in VS Code. So you can use any code editor of your choice, but for me, I'm going to go with VS Code. So after opening VS Code, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the folder. After opening the folder, I need to go to that directory where I created the folder. So it was on the desktop, and on the desktop, I have to go to ongoing and backend, and I need to open this folder. So you can do the same, but the directories might be different. Either way is okay. So the next thing that we need to do now that we opened our folder is to go ahead and create our project. So to create our project, we need to open the terminal. After opening the terminal, we need to run the command npm init-y. So we are going to agree to everything. So if we press enter, we don't have to do anything. Our project has been created already. So this is our project. So this is what we have. So first, let's go ahead and install some dependencies that we're going to use in our project. So for starters, we're going to use Express, we're going to use NodeMon, we're going to use Mongoose, we're going to use .env. So let's go ahead and install these four that can get us started. If we need any dependencies as we go on, then we can come back and install them. So let's just press enter. Okay, so it seems like we have an error. It's supposed to be npm I. So here, we just press the up arrow, bring back the code, and then add I. So instead of adding I, you can add install. So it'll be npm install. Then you write the name of your dependencies. Then you can just press enter. So after this, the dependencies are going to be installed. While the dependencies are being installed, let's go ahead and create our folder structure. So first, we're going to have a server.js in our root directory. So I'm going to use the command touch because we're in our root directory. This is our root directory, the backend part. So we're going to say touch, and we're going to say server.js. So the file has been created here. So we need folders also. So the first folder that we're going to need is for models. After that, we need to create one for routes. In the root directory, we need one for controllers, and we also need one for our middleware. So we have our folder structure. So in our, let's deal with our package.json first. So what we need to do in here, since we've installed NodeMon, we need to come here to scripts, and we need to change this command from to start, and we need to link it to this server.js. So if we run a command npm start, then this is the script that we are going to be running. So we need to link it to our server.js. So let's go ahead and do that. We need to get rid of this line of code that we have here. So here we're going to say server.js. First, we need to say nodemon, and nodemon is going to run server.js. So nodemon will allow us to hot reset our server each and every time that we make a change to our code. So if we make a change and then save it, nodemon is just going to hot reset our server. We are not going to be stopping our server and starting it again. So nodemon is a powerful tool when it comes to hot resetting an Express server. So let's go ahead and save that. So we haven't created our servers yet. So we need to have node snippets. So these are the snippets that we're going to be using. Node dash snippets. So you need to install this if you don't have it. If you have it, then that's good. If you don't have, just go ahead and install so that you can be on the same page. So we're going to just write the command node express, and then we've created our server. So let's save our server. So now if we go ahead and run the command npm start, then our server should start running on port 3000. So let's go ahead, click enter. So our server is running on port 3000. So let's go ahead and stop the server. We press Ctrl C. Let's clear the terminal. So we need to make some changes. Let's go to our folders. So in here, we need to create a file. We need to use .env to store our port and add the secret codes that we might have in our application. That's including the database URL and some other stuff that we're going to use, because we're going to use JSON webtoken and we're going to use crypto.js for our password encryption. So we need our secret codes to be in our .env file. So here I'm going to create the .env file in our root directory. So I ran the command touch.env. So this is our file, the file that we have here. So the first thing that we need to have a port, and I'm going to use port 5003. So let's save, let's close .env. So coming to our server.js, we need to have an instance of our .env. So right at the top, we need to have const in lowercase, not uppercase. So here it's supposed to be .env, and our .env is going to require the .env that we installed. So here we just have to type .env. So now that we have our .env, now we have to initialize our .env. So to do that, we need to use this .env that we have here, and we need to say .env.config. Now we are able to access our env file. So we need to use our env file to provide the port number. So here we can go ahead and change this to 5003 as well, but we don't want to use this. First, we want to use the port that we have in our .env file. So let's go to line 10. In line 10, what we're going to do, we are going to access our .env file. So to access our .env file, we need to use the syntax process.env dot, and then we have to write the name of the variable that we've stored in our .env file. And for this example, our variable name is port with uppercase. So we can just go ahead, copy the name, and we paste it here. So now we have two ports. We have to use all, right? So first, if we run our server, we are going to check whether we have a port in our .env file. If we don't have this port, then we can skip and go ahead and use this port that we have here. And this port is defined right on top. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this and let's paste it in here. Okay, and then we need to go ahead and run npm start. So when we start our server, the port that we are running on is this this one, right? 5003. So let's say we don't have this port here. Still, our server is running. So let's bring this port back. So let's go back to our .env file. In our .env file, let's get rid of this port, right? So we got rid of this port, and let's go ahead and try to stop our server and try to run it again. Control C, and then we have to run the command npm start. So our server is running, but our port is undefined. So it's using this port that we have here. So if we go to, let's say we go to our browser, right? In our browser, then we are going to run localhost, and we have to access port 5003. So if you access this port, we are supposed to get this message. So since our port is undefined, we need to go ahead and run a test whether our server is really running on this port or not. Okay, so let's go to our browser. In our browser, we just need to press enter. So our server is running successfully. So we can go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, then let's just bring back the ports in our .env file, and then we can just go ahead and stop the server and run it again. So our server is running now on port 5003, and this is coming from our .env file. So this is how we use .env and access our variables from our .env file. To do that, we need to go ahead and create our database. So we need to go ahead and visit our browser. In our browser, we need to go ahead and visit mongodb.com. So let's just open it here in a new window. So mongodb.com. So once you open MongoDB, if you don't have an account, just go ahead and register, and then you can log in into your account. So I'm just going to sign in into my account. After signing in, we need to go ahead and create a new project. So this is what you're going to see if you sign in. So this window is for the database that I currently have. But if you don't have a database, you can just go ahead and create a new project. So let's go ahead and do it together. So you need to provide a name for the project. So I'm going to call it Travel App. Next, and here, if you want to invite some other people that you want to work with, then you have to enter their email here. But I'm just going to work alone. So I'm just going to go ahead and press create. After creating, now we need to go ahead. We created a project. We need to go ahead and create a cluster. Okay, so we press create. So since we're just going to work on something, a test application, we're going to use the free tier. And if you're on production, then you can just go ahead and use some of the advanced, like the M10, something like that. So I'm just going to choose a region. The region that I'm going to choose is Hong Kong. And the cluster, we have to give it a name. You can leave it as default, but I'm just going to give it a name, Travel App, and I'm not going to provide a tag. So I'm just going to press create. Let's verify. After verifying, then we have to wait for, okay, now we need to create a user for our database. So I'm going to go ahead and change the password for this user. And I'm going to say Travel App 2023. And I'm going to change the name to Travel App, then press create user. After creating the user, now I'm going to run this in a cloud environment, and then we need to provide an IP address. So the IP address that we need to use here is a universal IP address. So it's 0.0.0.0/0. And I'm just going to call it universal. Okay. So it's here, it's added here. So I'm going to remove this IP address that I have here so that I can use this. So this IP address allows us to access our database from wherever in the world. Even if our IP address changes, we can still access our database. That's why we use this IP address. Okay. So after this, we need to go down and we finish and close. So our database has been created. We need to go ahead and press connect. If you press on connect, then you need to come to MongoDB for VS Code, and then you need to copy this URL, right? After copying this URL, you need to go back to your project. In your project, you need to go to the .env file. In your .env file, you need to create a new variable, and this variable, we're going to give it a name, Mongo URL, and then we paste the URL. So here we have the name, and here we need to provide, this is the username, we need to provide the password. So our password was travel app 2023, so we need to go ahead and change this to 2023. Okay, and here after this slash, after mongodb.net slash, we need to provide the name of the database, because here we don't have the name of the database. Okay, so we can just call it travel app, right? Like this, and then we can save. After we save, now we go back to our server. In our server, we need to import our mongoose. So we're going to say const in lowercase cost mongoose is equals to require mongoose. Okay, let's get rid of this so that we can just have mongoose in here. So let's close it. Right after this, we need to go ahead and use this instance of our database of our mongoose to connect to our database. So we are going to be accessing the variable that we created in our .env file, this variable, the Mongo URL. So what we are going to do, we need to put the connection of our database after this .env line. If we put it on top, then we won't be able to access our .env file. Okay, so what we do, we copy this mongoose, we come here, we say mongoose.connect. So when connecting to our database, we need to provide the URL. So our URL is the one that we have in our .env file. So here, let's just go ahead and zoom out this a little bit, make the terminal a little bit smaller. So this is our .env file. Let's bring it right here. So in here, we need to provide the URL to a URL of our database. So it's supposed to access it from our .env file. So it's process.env dot, and then we need to put this variable name. Okay, so we can copy this variable name and then we can paste it here. After that, we need to have then. So if our database is connected, we are going to print something on our console here. The same way that we are printing this line, we want to print another line to show us that our database is connected. Okay, so here we're going to have console log, and we are going to log something like database connected. Okay, this has to be a string, database connected. So this is a promise. So that means we have to wait for the database to connect before we do anything else. So we might have an error while we are connecting to a database. So if we have an error, we need to know that we do have an error. So we need to catch that error and we need to print it on our console. So we need to have another dot and we need to catch the error. So in here, we need to have our error. So if we have an error, then we are going to go ahead and console log that error in our debug console. So let's just go ahead and bring this down, and we bring this catch down so that everything can be visible. So here we're going to log the error. Okay, like that. We need to get rid of this. Okay, so our server has been connected. So now our database has been connected also. So if we are receiving this, if we are having this message on our terminal here, that means our database is connected. If our database is not connected, then we will be shown an error here. So let's take, for example, this is our URL, is it? So I'm just going to make a change, have a wrong password, and come here and try to save it again. So our database is going to run into an error since the password is wrong. So this is the error, right? This is the error. So if we take a look here, bed auth authentication failed. That means our password to our database is wrong. So this is the error that we are logging here. Okay, so we can go ahead, make the password correct, and then we can just save again. So if we save again with the correct password, and then our database is going to reconnect. So that's how we connect our application to our database. So we are done with this part. Database connection, we can go ahead and start working on our models. So we want to work in a way that we create a model, and then we can go ahead and create the controllers for that model and create the routes. We do the tests for that particular unit that we created, and then we can move on to the other one. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is to create the model for our user controller for our user, not our user controller. So we need to create a model, and we have to give it a name, and it has to be user.js. So in our file, we're going to require Mongoose. So we need to have an instance of our Mongoose right on top. So here we're going to require Mongoose, and we need to close it. So after this, we need to go ahead and create our schema. So our schema is, it has to be a user schema, mongoose.schema. So in here, the first thing that we need to have our username. But before we even start creating our schema, what we need to do, we need to do the one thing that we might forget. In most cases, we do forget to export our schema. So let's export our schema first, and then we can just go ahead and work on our schema without worrying about exporting our schema. So here we're going to have mongoose.model, and we have to provide the name of the model. So our model is going to be user, and here we have to provide the name of the schema, which is user schema. So let's close it. So in here, now that we've exported this, we can use it somewhere else. We are good. We need to go ahead and create our schema. So we are going to have a username, an email, password, and the profile. So first, we're going to have our username. So we need to provide the type, the data type of our username. So our username is going to be of type string, and it has to be required. Each and every time we create a user, we are going to require this username. So we need to set this required property to true. Without this username, then we can't create a user. So we are done with this part, so we can save. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this line of code that we've written in line 4, and then paste it 4 times. So next, we're going to require an email, and our email is going to be a string, and it's going to be required. And for email, we have to add another property. Each and every user has to have a unique email, so we have to use this unique property, and we have to set it to true. Okay, like this. So if another user tried to sign up with someone's email who's already signed up, then they won't be allowed, because that email is already existing in our system. So every user has to have a unique email address. We won't have duplicate accounts in our backend, in our application. But if we get rid of this property here, then we have duplicate accounts. We don't want that. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our password. So our password is going to be a string. Required is going to be true. Last but not least, we're going to require a profile. So for our profile, what we're going to do, I'm going to get rid of this required and I'm going to have a default value. Okay. So I'm going to set a default value. So this default value, even if you don't provide a picture, then the default URL that you put in here is going to be sent to the database, and it's the image that you're going to be getting from the database and display in your front end. So I'm not going to provide the URL. You can go ahead and look for a URL by yourself and paste it here. So for example, we can just go ahead to our browser and then you just go on Google. Okay, so once you're on Google, you can say default image icon, right? So you can just search for an image, get the URL of that image, and you go ahead and paste it. So you can have something like this as your default image. So you can just go with PNG, something like that. So let's take, for example, this one here. We're going to open it in a new tab. Okay, this one here. So we just have to, this one might be a little bit difficult to use. So let's go ahead and find something that won't give us complications. Okay, so you can just go ahead and copy this URL, and then you can go back to your project and then you can paste the URL here. Okay, so each and every time you'll be sending this URL to your database. So if you have another image that you want to use, you can go ahead and use it. But this is the way that we are going to be setting our image to our backend. So this is just to show you, I might change the image. I might not use this one, but this is how we are going to go about it. So you just need to go on Google, or if you have a media server of your own, then use that server, get an image, put it here, and then we can continue. So we are done creating our user model. So we can save our model. And then the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to be focusing on our user controller. So we can just go ahead and create the user controller. Okay. Before the user controller, we need to have an auth controller. Okay. Because we need to separate our user functions to our auth functions. So for our auth, we're going to have registration and logging in. Okay, so for getting profile, updating, deleting, then those functions are going to be in the user controller. So let's go ahead and create this auth controller first. Okay, and then we need to have a user controller. So when we start working, we will start in the auth controller. We test everything. After we are done with the auth controller, then we can move on to the user controller. Okay. So let's close these files. Let's close this also. Okay. Controller. But before we even start writing code in our auth controller, what we need to do, we need to install two dependencies, JSON webtoken, to help us to encrypt some of the values that we need. And then we need crypto.js to encrypt and decrypt our password. Okay, so here we're going to run the command npm I. So the first one is going to be JSON webtoken, and the next one is going to be crypto.js -js. So it's crypto-js, and then we install these two. So in here, the first thing that we're going to require, we're going to require our user model. Okay, so here we're going to have our instance of our user model. So we need to access our models, and in our models we need to get the user model. Okay, so we are done with that part, and down here we need to have our crypto.js and our JSON web token. We need to have instance of those two. So first we're going to have crypto.js. So here crypto.js is going to require crypto.js. Okay, and then we need JSON web token. So for JSON web token, we're just going to call it JWT. Okay, short for JSON web token. and is going to require JSON webtoken. So now we have our dependencies right at the bottom. Now we need to create our functions. So the first function that we're going to create is to create a user, right? We need to create a user, but we need to export these functions. Okay, so we need to have modules.exports, and then we have our braces. So inside these braces, we're going to write our functions. By using these lines, by exporting them first, it means that they can be accessible in our routes or outside of this file. Okay, so the first thing we're going to have create user. So when we're creating a user, our function has to be asynchronous and is going to require a request, a response, and next. So for next, we're going to handle errors. We're not going to fully handle our errors, but some of the errors that we might encounter, we're just going to use one error handler. So we need this next to handle the errors. Okay, so we're going to create it right at the bottom when we are done writing the code for this create user. Okay, so when we're creating a user, we need to get the data from the requests from the user, right? So we need to store that data in a variable, and we have to give that variable a name. So we're going to call it new user. So in this new user, we're going to have a new user. We're going to create a new user. So this user is this user that we have, like our user model instance. Okay, and in here we need to pass the data. So first we require a username. So our username is going to come from request.body.username. Next, we're going to require our email, and our email is going to come from request.body.email. And then we're going to require our password. So we're not going to include our profile here since our profile, we are just going to set a default image every time that we create a user. Okay, so our password, we have to do some extra steps, because if we save it like this, then our password is going to be the same way a user enters the password. It is the same way that is going to be stored. So we need to encrypt it first before we store it into our database. Okay, so let's take for example, this is our new user, right? If we just save this data as it is in our database, this password is going to be the same as the user provides. We just need to use this crypto.js to encrypt the password, and then we can save the encrypted password to our database. And when a user signs up, like logs in, then we need to go ahead, get the password, the encrypted password from our database, decrypt it, compare it to the password they entered when they are logging in. If the passwords match, then we are going to go ahead and allow that user to log in, provided that the email is correct. Okay, so let's get rid of this line. We can just cut it because we need to use it a little bit later. So here we're going to have our crypto.js .aes we need to encrypt. Okay, so here it's encrypt. And what are we encrypting? We're encrypting the password that we're getting from our request body. So we need to paste the password that we're getting from our user. And then to do that, we need to provide a secret key that we are going to use to encrypt the password. So here we made an error. It's supposed to be AES. Okay, so crypto.js AES encrypt. Okay, then you provide the password. So here we need to provide this secret key. So this secret key, since it's a secret key, we need to store it in our .env file. So we need to go ahead and open our .env. Let's put it side by side. And in our .env file, let's just press enter. We need to have a secret. Let's just call it secret. okay, with caps. So our secret is going to be, okay, let's just call it travel app 2023, something like that. Okay, so that's our secret. So we need to access this variable from our .env, and then we need to put it here. Okay, so to access our variable, we said we use the syntax process.env dot, then we have to provide the name of the variable from our .env file. So our variable name is secret. Okay, so that's it for a secret, and we need to convert this encrypted password to string. So our password has been encrypted. Okay, so right now we need to go ahead and save this user to our database. To do that, we are going to require a try catch block. Okay, so we're going to have try catch. So in our try, we're going to be accessing our database, and then we're going to save this new user to our database. So we're going to await this data, and then we can go ahead and save the data. So here we're going to say await a new user dot save. After we saved, then we need to pass a message to the user that your account has been created. So we need to send back a response with a status. So response.status, since we're creating an account, our status is going to be 201. So for a successful creation, our status code is 201. Okay, then we need to just send a message to the user. So here we're going to use JSON, and then we need to pass a message. So here, let's have status first. We're going to have a value with the name status, and our status has to be a boolean. It has to be true, and we need to pass a message. Okay, our message has to be a string. We can go ahead and close the .env file so that we can have all the real estate of our screen. So here we're going to say user successfully created, and then we save. So now we want to go ahead and handle our error. So we are going to go ahead and create the middleware to handle this error. Middleware folder, in our middleware folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it error handling. Okay, so in this file, we're going to create a function. So we're going to call it error handler. So our error handler is going to take a request, a response, next, and an error. Okay, so it's going to take 4 parameters. So in here, if we have an error, okay, if there's an error that got caught in our function, then we're going to pass that error in the next function. So here we have this next, right? We're going to use it here, and we are going to pass the error that we catch here, and then we're going to pass it to this error handler, and then we're going to display whatever we have in here. Okay, so if there's an error, we're just going to return a response status of 500 with a message. So we need to pass a status and a message. Okay, so status here is going to be false, and our message is going to be something went wrong, something like that. Okay, so we need to have a message. So our message has to be a string, something went wrong, and we need to export this function. So here we're going to have module.exports, and we're going to export our error handler. So let's save and let's close it. And we need to hook this error handler, the middleware that we have created in our server.js. So here in our server.js, we need to add a few lines to be able to handle JSON data as well as handling our errors. So first, right on top here, we're going to have app.use. So first, we're going to have error handler. Let's close it, and we need to import it right at the top. Okay, we need to import our error handler. So we need to use the same name that we've inputted here. So we just copy the name, and we create an instance of our error handler. So here we're going to require the file that we exported. So we need to access our middleware folder, and then we get the function that we created. So in our middleware, we're going to access the error handling file, and then we can retrieve this error handler. So this is good to go. We can use it. Right at the top of that, we need to deal with our JSON data. So here we're going to use express.json. So let's go ahead and just have a limit for each and every request that we're going to make in the response. So we're going to set it as high as possible, like 10 megabytes, though we're not going to exceed 10 megabytes. Okay. So this MB, it has to be a string. So let's close it. Right at the bottom, we need to have URL encoded. So we're going to have our express. So in here, we need to set the limit as well. So our limit is going to be the same, 10 MB, and we need to have another property extended. We need to set it to true. So we are done with these two. So now let's go back to our Auth controller. So in our Auth controller, when we catch an error here, then we need to go ahead and just return the next function that we have here. Okay, next, and we need to go ahead and pass this error. So if we pass this error, then our error handler is going to take effect, and it's going to return this message to the user. Okay, so here we need to pass the error. So let's go ahead and save. So right now, let's go ahead and create our login function. So we need to go ahead and add a comma at the end of this create user function. So this is our create user function. We need to add a comma so that we can start working on our other function, which is login user. Okay, so it's going to take the same parameters as the one on top. So it has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take a request, a response, and the next function. So in here, the first thing that we need a try catch block. So we need to find the user first. So if a user is trying to log in, when they press login, we need to find whether that user exists in our database or not. Okay, so that's what we need to do first. So we need to create a variable where we are going to store this user if the user is found. So we have this variable. We are going to await our database, and from our database, we are going to find one. Okay, so it's going to be user.findOne, and we are going to find one by email. Okay, so we need to provide the key that we are going to use to find the user, and we need to provide the value that we are going to use to find that user with. So that value is going to be the email the user sent. So this email is sent, this key is sent, this value is sent in the request body. So it's going to be request body dot email, right? That's the one that we're going to use. So if this user is not found, then we need to return a message to the user that, okay, your account doesn't exist. So we need to have a statement, a if statement. So here, if not user, then we need to go ahead and return a 401. So it's going to be a response with the status, and our status here is going to be 401, and we need to pass a message. So first, we're going to have our status, and our status is going to be false, and then message. Our message is going to be user not found. Remember, this message has to be a string, right? So if this user is found, if this user has data, then we need to go ahead and deal with our password. Now we need to go ahead and decrypt the password. We retrieve the password, we decrypt it, and then we match that password with the password the user has provided. Okay, so first we're going to have a variable for decrypting the password. It's supposed to be decrypted password. So we're going to use the same syntax that we use on top, but instead of encrypting, now we are decrypting. Okay, and the password that we're decrypting, we're getting that password from our database. Since we have this user, so this user is found, and then the data is in this user. We need to access this user, get the password. So it's supposed to be user.password here. That's the password that we are going to decrypt. And right on top, when we're encrypting, we required a secret code. We are going to require the same secret code to decrypt the password. Without the secret code, then you won't be able to decrypt the password. So make sure that you have this variable in your .env file. Okay, so this is the same variable that we put here. Okay, so process.env.secret, and then we decrypt our password. After decrypting our password, then we need to have another variable, because this password is not a string. We need to convert it to a string. Okay, so we can just call it decrypted string. So we're going to take this variable that we have on top, the decrypted password, and then we're going to convert it to string. cryptojs.enc.utf8. So now that we have these two passwords, like the password, our password is a string, so it's one password. This is the password from the user, okay, that we have in our database. We haven't dealt with the password that we're getting from the user. So we need to go ahead and compare this string to the string that we're getting from the user, okay? So we're going to have as a condition here. So if this decrypted string is not equal to request.body.password, then we need to go ahead and send back a response to the user, notifying them that their password is wrong. Okay, so we need to return a response with the status 401, and then we need to go ahead and pass JSON message. So the message has to be different. Okay, status is going to be false, but message is going to be wrong password. Okay, so if this condition is met, then we are going to go ahead and create a token for this user, the token that they're going to use to log in and to do some other stuff that we are going to restrict in our application. Okay, so here we need to create the user token. So to create the token, we're going to use the JWT instance that we created on top, this instance. Okay, so here we have our user token. We need to sign some values from the user data. So let's say all these conditions are met. The password is correct. The email, we've found the user. We need to get some values from the user and then sign some of the values. Then we can put them in the JSON web token. Okay, so here we're going to sign, and to sign, then we need to go ahead and provide the values. So first we need to have, like, for this one, we're going to just assign the ID, and the ID we're going to get it from the user, and this ID is going to be underscore ID. Okay, same as we did for crypto.js, we require a secret code to encrypt and decrypt the password. We are going to require a different secret code to sign our JSON web token. So we need to provide the variable, we need to provide the secret code. So we need to come to our .env file. So we need to open it here, and then we need to create another variable. So I'm just going to call it JWT, and I'm going to call it secret. Okay, so we need to copy this value, the variable, and we're going to put it here. So we're going to say process.env, and we need to pass the name of the variable that contains our secret code. Okay, and then we need to pass the expiration date of our web token. So we need to have braces, and in here we need to have expires in, and then the value that we have to provide in here, it has to be a string. So I'm going to set the date, the number of days to my token to 21 days. Okay, like that. And then we close this here. So right now we need to go ahead and pass our response to the user, since we've successfully created a token for them and the password and the email is valid. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to, because in our front end, we're going to require a user ID. Okay, so I'm going to create a variable with the name user ID. So this user ID is equals to the user that we have on top underscore ID. So in our response, our status is going to be 200, and we need to pass our JSON data. So here we need to pass our status, and our status is true. After passing the status, we need to pass the ID, and this ID is going to be mapped to the user ID. And then we need to pass the token, and this token is going to come from this instance that this token variable that we created on top. So we might as well just copy the name and we paste it here. So let's save. If we have an error, then we're just going to return next, and then we need to pass the error. Let's go ahead and create the router. After creating the router, then we can test these two in Postman. Then we can proceed to deal with our user controller. Okay, so in our routers folder, we need to create a new file. In this file, we're going to call it Auth, and it has to be a JS file. In this file, we are going to require our router. So here we're going to have const, supposed to be router is equals to require, and here we need express.router, and we need our auth controller. So we need to create the instance of our auth controller. So here we're going to require our auth controller. So we need to access our controllers, and in our controllers we need to access this auth controller. And let's go ahead and create our routers. So first we're going to create the one for registering a user. So it's going to be a post request, and in here we need to provide the endpoint. So the endpoint is going to be register, and we need to map our function, our create user function, to this router. So we need to access our auth controller, and in our auth controller, we're taking the create user function, and let's copy and paste. The next one is going to be a post, and here is going to be a login. The endpoint is going to be login, and we need to map it to login user function. Okay, so we need to export this router. So to export, we use module.exports, and we need to export our router. So let's save. We are done creating our router. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our server.js, open our server.js, and after this error handler, we need to go ahead and have the endpoint for our auth. But we need to import our auth controller, our auth router, in our server.js. So first we need our router. So it's going to be auth router. So in here we need to access our routers, and in our routers we are taking the auth router. Let's close it, and this auth router is the one that we're going to use here. Okay, so we need an endpoint first. So we're going to have API /API/. So here, when we're calling our endpoint, is going to be like this. So we have localhosts. So our server is running on 5003, right? /API/register. Okay. If it is for registration, that's how we are going to access our endpoint. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And in here, we need to provide the router. So here, our router is Auth router, and we need to add a comma here, and we need to close it here. So if we save, we shouldn't have an error, because this error was being caused by the empty bracket that we had here. We didn't map it to the router. So now we're just waiting for it to connect to the database. So we're connected to the database. We can go ahead and run test in Postman. So ready. So what we're going to do here, to go to create user. So this JSON file, the Postman JSON file for this project will be provided to you. Okay. So once you get this JSON file, you just need to go ahead and press import. Then you can drag and drop the file here. Then you get the whole structure as it is. You don't need to do some extra work. Okay. After you have the file, then you can run the test. So here, I'm just going to create a new user. I'm going to have John Doe here, but we don't want to use John Doe. I'm going to go with King Dre. Then the password remains the same. The profile, I'm going to get rid of it. Then we need to go ahead and post, and make sure that your URL is the same, like your URL port, the port that we have here is the same as the port that you're using to run your server. So since our server is running on 5003, that's why we have localhost 5003 API register. Okay. So if you're running on 5004, then this should be 5004. Otherwise, you'll run into an error. So once you get this file, it's going to have this 2003, because that's the one that I used. Okay. So you need to change to a specific number that you're using yourself when you're creating the server, when you're running the server. Okay. So I'm going to try to post this. If we don't have an error, then this user is going to be created successfully. But if we do have an error, then we need to go back and revisit our project and try to rectify the error and try to register again. Okay. But we do have an error, so we need to go back. The error is related to our crypto.js. So let's go ahead and rectify the error, and then we can try to register. The top, right at the top, when we imported our crypto.js, it's not supposed to be crypto here. It's supposed to be crypto.js. So here we need to go ahead and have the right import, which is crypto.js, and we save. After we save, let's go back to our Postman, and in our Postman, we just need to send this request. We shouldn't have an error. So we've successfully created a user. Okay. So now we need to get this user, and then we need to log in this user. Okay. So we need to get the email, and we need to just replace the email. The password is the same for me, but if you use a different password, then you need to go ahead and use the same password that you used to create your user. To log in that user, it's going to be password 123 for me. For you, it might be different. So use the same password, and then you go ahead and log in that user. So when you log in the user, the data that you're going to get the status, the ID, and the token. So if we go ahead and revisit our application, so when we are logging in a user, if these conditions are met, then we're going to create this token, and this token is the one that we're going to send here. With this key token, we're going to send the JSON web token, the user token here. the user token that we have on top with this key. And we're going to send the user ID with the ID key. Okay. So we're extracting this ID from the user, and this user is coming from this user that we have here. So when we find this user, we are going to store the data in this variable, all right? And we're going to access that variable, extract the user ID, and store it in this variable that we have. And this is the same variable that we're going to send in our response, okay? So we are done with this part. That's all we need to do in here. So what we're going to do, we are going to go ahead and create the router. So here we're going to have user.js. In our user.js, we're going to have similar properties or similar lines of code as the ones that we have in here. So we just copy whatever we have and we paste it in here. So let's get rid of this controller because we are going to require a different controller. So the first one is going to be delete. So delete is a post. Okay. No, delete is supposed to be delete. Okay, not a post. It's supposed to be a delete method, and then the endpoint here is going to be delete. But before we even do that, we need to go ahead and have an instance of our user controller. Okay, so let's have our user controller right on top. So our user controller is going to come from our controllers, and in our controllers, we're getting the user controller. So instead of mapping it to the auth controller here, we're going to access this user controller, and then we need to get the right function from our user controller, which is delete user. So for this one, we are done. Next, we're going to focus on the next one, which is get user. So to get user, it has to be a get request here, and then we need to have an endpoint. So our endpoint, okay, let's get rid of this delete. So it's going to be like this. Since these are different, then we can just use the same. Okay, so here is going to be user controller, and from the user controller we need to get user. So right now this is not functional because we need to go ahead and create our middleware first. So if we create our middleware, then we're going to have our middleware in between. Okay, so before we even delete a user, okay, let's go ahead. Before we delete a user, we need to run our middleware first. We get the ID, then we delete a user. Same as for get. So here, let's go back to our user controller, and we need to go back to our delete function. So here in our delete function, we need to get rid of this user params, like request params. Then we need to change it to user. Okay, so we need to protect the route in order for us to get the user ID. So here we're going to create our middleware first, and then hook our middleware to this router, and then we can run the test. Create a new file, and we're going to call it jwt token.js. Okay, so here we're going to require jwt because we need to verify the token. So once the token is being sent from the front end, we need to verify it first with our middleware and get the data that we want to get. Then we can proceed. If the token doesn't match, okay, let's say the token is expired, then we'll send back a response that, okay, your token is invalid, something like that. So let's go ahead and just create the middleware. So JSON web token. So let's close. So here, let's create our middleware. So our middleware is going to be verified token. So here it's going to require a request response, and then next. So inside, we're going to have a variable where we are going to store our token when it comes from the user. Okay, so it's going to be auth header. Let's just call it auth header is equals to requests, and we're getting it from headers, request headers dot authorization, like that. So let's close it. So if the token, like if auth header, then we need to do something. Okay, if this auth header exists, then we're going to do something in here. Else, we're going to just return a response. Okay, so it's going to be response.status. So we need to send back a code. Here is going to be 401, because if this is non-existent, then that means the user is not authenticated, the user is not verified. So we need to send a JSON. So in our JSON, we pass a status, and our status is going to be false. And our message, it has to be a string. And then here we say you are not authenticated. Okay, like that. So if we have auth headers, we need to check whether these headers are valid or not. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and create a new instance with the name token. And in this token, we are going to go ahead and access this variable, and we extract our token, because whenever we are sending this, because this is a BRI token, whenever we are sending this BRI token is coming as something like this. Let's go ahead. It's going to be like bearer space, and then we can have our token. So if we go to Postman, right, let's go ahead, get user auth headers. So this is our token. This is what it's going to be like. Okay, so we are going to have this word bearer, and then we're going to have a space, and then we're going to have our token. So we need to get this token only. We don't need this bearer word that we have here. Okay, so that's what we are extracting. We're extracting the token. Okay, so we're going to use a split. Okay, split. So we need to provide a reference where we need to split. Okay, so where there's an empty space. So here we have bearer, then we have a space, and then we have our token. So we want to use this space as reference, and we are going to get the item at index 1, which is the token. Index 0 is the word bearer. Then this is index 0, this is index 1. So we need to get index 1. Okay, after getting index 1, then we need to go ahead and verify whether that token we got from the user is a valid token or not. So we need to go ahead and use this JWT that we instantiated on top. Okay, so we have JWT.verify. So when verifying, we require the token. So this is our token, since we've extracted it from our auth header. So we need our token, and we also need the secret. So our secret is going to come from our .env. So it's going to be process.env dot jwt secret. Okay, jwt underscore secret. So we need to go ahead and cross-check this value in our .env file. This is the value, so we might as well just copy it and then paste it here so that we can avoid any typos. So after this, then we're going to have asynchronous, and here we might have an error, and we need to have a user. So if we have an error, then we need to deal with the error. We need to send back a response to the user. So if error, then we're going to return a response with a status code 403. Supposed to be 403. And then we need to send back a message So let's just copy this one that we have right at the bottom. We can paste it here. Status is going to be false, but the message is going to be different. So we're going to say invalid token. So if our token is valid, then we need to go ahead and have our request user is equals to this user. Okay. And then we are going to pass the next function. The next function, which is the function that we are going to run after we verify our middleware. Okay. So next, so we're going to run this middleware first. If everything checks out, then we go to the next function. So let's take, for example, we're in user controller, user router, right? So here, if we put the verified token, right? Let's say verified token here. That's our middleware. Okay. So once we run this requests, first we're going to go through our middleware. If our middleware checks out, we extract whatever we want, whatever data we want from the token. Then the next function that we're going to run is this function. Okay. So that's why we have this next, because we have to go to the next function. So this is all for our middleware. So we need to export this middleware. So for exporting, we say we use module.exports. So here we're exporting a verified token. So let's save. We can close our JWT. And here we need to import this verified token right on top. Consts. So in here we need verified token is equals to require. And here we need to access our middleware. And in our middleware, we need to access this JWT token. So let's go ahead and copy this verified token and paste it down below. Let's save. Okay. So right now we need to go ahead and hook this router to our server.js, and then we can run some testing on JS. In our server.js, we need to import our router first. So right at the top, we need to have user router, and we need to map it to the correct router, which is the user router. So let's save. If we don't have an error, then our application is going to run successfully. So right here, we need to have our endpoints. So here, for this one, we're going to use users, API /API/ users, and then we need to map it to user router. So let's save. We don't have an error. So that means we have successfully hooked it without no error. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to Postman. Try to run some tests. So the first thing, we need to get a user, but to get a user, we need to provide a token. Okay. So here we're just going to log in the same user. After logging in, we need to get the token. Copy the token. I'm going to put this token here, right in our root folder. Authorization. Okay, not in our root, but in this one, in our auth folder. Auth folder, authorization, and then I'm going to go ahead and pick bearer token, and then I'm going to paste the token here. Save, close. So here, if I run this, then we're going to use the token that I've pasted, the token that we have for this folder. Okay, this token. So let's go ahead and run a GET request. So to rectify our error, we need to go ahead and provide the key here. So we need to have a key and a value. Okay, so find by ID, then this is our ID, our key, and this is our value. Okay, this value is coming from our middleware. So we're just going to log the value to show you, like, to just have an illustration that, okay, we're getting this value from our JSON web token. Okay, so we're going to run this. So if we send, then we get our data back, the 4 values excluding the the values, the password, created date --v, and this is the profile that we set as default that time when we're creating the user, okay, creating the model. So if we go back here, when we send the requests, we are logging the user ID. This is our user ID. So we have successfully extracted the user ID from our middleware, and we're using that ID to get the user, okay? So most probably we need to go ahead, let's go ahead and try to run this delete. We can just delete the user from our DB. So here, we're going to get rid of that. Authorization, we're going to inherit from parent, save our headers. We have a bearer token. We need to get rid of this token, and we need to send this request. So this user has been successfully deleted. So if we try to go ahead and run this get user, then we won't get a response. User doesn't exist because we've already deleted the user. So far so good. Everything that we created is working fine. Next, we're going to focus on other stuff like creating country controller, hotel controller, places controller, reviews controllers. So let's get rid of this user ID that we are logging here. We don't want to log it. Now we want to create a new file in our controllers, and we have to give it a name. So this one is going to be country controllers, and it has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we need to go ahead and import our country model. So we're just going to call it country here, and it's going to come from the file that we just created and exported, which is this country model that we just worked on. Okay, so here we need brackets, and we need to go ahead and access our models, and in our models we want to get this country model. So let's go ahead, close it, save. So we say the first thing that we need to do when we're working on our functions, we need to export the functions first. So here we're just going to have module exports, right? And then we have to add braces. After adding braces, now all the functions that we're going to be creating inside these braces will be accessible to other files as well. Okay, so here we want to create our first function, which is add country. So as always, since we are going to be interacting with our database and waiting for the data to be saved, it has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take the same parameters as the ones we were using before. So that's the request, the response, and next. Let's just add a comma here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and then paste it a couple of times and then change the names. Okay, so here we're going to have another one with the name add places to country. So the name itself is self-explanatory, but let me just give you like a little bit of how this is going to work. So to add place to country, that's like we're adding places to this popular section, because we don't need to do it manually at some point. So we should be able to just use the ID of any country. Then we can add places using our endpoint related to that. So let's go ahead and create our other functions. So we have add, and here we also have to get a list of countries. So here we have to get countries, and we also have to get a single country. So like that. So let's go ahead and work on our first one. So we need to capture the data from the user, be it the admin, whoever is going to be adding the data. So we need to capture that data first before we use it. So right on top, we are going to have country. So this data has to be related to this data that we have here, is it, in our schema, in our model. So let's bring it side by side. So we have country, we have description, so we can just make it a little bit easier for ourselves. We have image URL, and we also have the region, and we have popular, like that. So is equals to, this data is going to come from request.body. So once we capture this data, now we'll be able to use it to create a new country. So to do that, we need a try-catch block, since we're going to be eventually interacting with our database. So in our catch, we're going to return next, and we're going to pass the error. So now let's just focus on our try. So in our try, we need to create a new instance of the country that we want to create using the data that we get from the request body. So we're going to call it new country. So first we require the country, description, image URL, region, and popular, right? So these are the fields that we require to create a country. So this popular can be an empty list, so it's okay. Since we don't have this model as yet, so we're going to just pass an empty list here, and then we're going to add popular when we have our places. Okay, so since we captured the data, now we need to go ahead and save the data. So we are saving this instance in our database. So it's supposed to be new country dot save. Then now we need to send a response. So since we are creating something, then our status here is going to be 201, and then we send JSON data along with it. So in here, we're just going to have a status, and our status is going to be true. Whenever we create a country and it's created successfully, then we're just going to receive this status. So we are done with add country. So this place, we are going to require a place ID. So we might as well just skip it and visit this. We need to revisit whenever we have our places, and then we can finish with that part. So let's move on to get countries. So when we're getting countries, we need to get all the countries that we have in our backend. But these countries that we're getting here is the ones that we're going to be displaying in our homepage, is it? In our homepage. So some data has to be excluded, like popular, region, description. We require two things. We're going to require the country itself, the ID, the country name, the ID, and the image. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how best we can exclude these properties. So here we're going to have a try-catch block. In our try-catch block, then we need to create an instance for the country data. So here we're going to call it countries is equals to await. So please don't forget to add await. If I forget to add await whenever I'm trying to connect with the database to get data from the database, you can just go ahead and add await, because it's a must requirement that we add await. So here we are going to find, and we want to get everything from country. Then after getting everything, we need to exclude some variables, or we just need to include. So let's go ahead and visit the auth controller. Okay, it's not the auth, it's the user controller. So we use this mechanism before to exclude some values that we don't want to see. So now we are going to try a new thing. We are just going to try to focus on the ones that we need and leave everything else. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to have a set of braces, and we said we're going to require the country, the ID, the country, the ID, and the image URL is at 3. So here we have country, we're going to set it to 1. We have underscore ID, we're going to set it to 1. We have image URL, we're going to set it to 1. Okay, so these are the 3 that we require, and we have to exclude the others. So let's leave it like that. We are going to run a test on this because we want to avoid a situation whereby we require 2 items in a schema with more than 10 items. So if you require only 2 items, that means the lines of code that we are going to require here, there are so many to exclude the items that we don't need. We can just mention, we can select a few that we need and then leave out the rest. Okay, so after we get this data, then we need to send it back to the user. So here we're going to have response, and we are going to have a status. Our status here is going to be 200, and we need JSON. And in here, let's have braces. We are going to send back the countries. And on error, we are just going to have the same, like that. So to add a country, these are the data that we require. This is the data that we require. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create other countries, because these ones I've already created them. They are in my database already. So I want to show you a trick how you can like make it a little bit easier for yourself. So you need to go to your browser, and in your browser, if you have ChatGPT, then your life would be a little bit easier. So here we are in a new chat. Okay, so let's go back to our project. In our project, we need to visit this model, this schema. So I'm just going to copy this schema and then go back to our browser. In our browser, I'm going to paste this schema. After pasting the schema, I'm going to write a prompt, okay? Using the schema above, create a Postman JSON for Brazil and leave popular as an empty list. Okay, so this is the prompt that we are going to run using the data that we're using is this data. So we need to create a JSON object using this schema. So we can just press send. So now we have our data, but we want our description to be a little bit related to Brazil. Okay, so I'm going to say rewrite the description and make it related to Brazil tourism, and it has to be at least 50 words. Okay, so now we have a valid Postman object, this object, JSON object. So we need to just copy this object and go back to our Postman. In our Postman, I don't have an image, but I'm just going to copy this image that I used for this one so that I can use it for Brazil. But what you can do for images, I'm not going to provide them. So you need to go ahead, if you are uploading Brazil, then you need to go ahead and look for images related to Brazil. Not download the image, get the URL, and then you paste the URL here. Okay, so this is supposed to be South America, and we have to mention the name of the country afterwards. So here it has to be Brazil. So we have our data. We can get rid of the object that we have on top. So let's go ahead and try to add true. Okay, so we've successfully added Brazil to our countries list. If we go ahead and get countries, then these are the countries that I have, and Brazil is here. That's the one that we just added now. So if we copy the ID of Brazil and go to get country, put the ID here in our request param, then press send. We're supposed to get all the data related to Brazil, but it seems like we do have an error. So let's go ahead and see what the error is. Okay, we don't have this place, so most probably here we won't be able to populate because we haven't created the model as yet. So when we create the model, then we can test this particular section. But so far, so good. So we are done testing these two endpoints. When we create our place, which is the next model that we're going to create, then we can go ahead and test them together, countries and places at the same time. We need to go ahead and create our places model. So after we create our place model, then we are going to go ahead and run a test on populating this popular section that we have here. So in our models, we need to create a new file and we need to call it place, and it has to be a JS file. So here, since we have an existing model, we can just copy the existing model, go back to our places model and paste. Okay, let's save. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to close all the windows here. Then we can focus on this place. So here we just need to go ahead and change the name of the schema first. So this schema, it has to be place schema. Okay, and we need to change the name of the model from country to place. After making those changes, now we need to go ahead and have the right data here. So in this place model, we're going to have another section for a popular section in our place model. So let's take, for example, we're in the United States, like the country United States, and our place is Disney. So around Disney, there are some popular places, or in Disney, there are some popular places. So we need to put those popular places inside the popular section in our place, okay? So we're going to leave this as it is. And here, we're going to change it to hotel. Let's deal with hotels only. So it's going to be popular hotels, okay? And we need to have an ID, a country ID. So our country ID is going to be string and is going to be required. A description is going to be required and is going to be a string. Image URL is going to be required. And we also need to change this region to location. After changing, we need to add more parameters, more variables in here. So we need to have the title of the place. So a title is going to be a string, so we can just copy whatever we have on top, paste it here. We need to have a rating. The best way that we can do it and a little bit efficient and faster is just to copy, we paste. So here we have rating. So our rating is going to be a number. The data type is going to be a number and is going to be required. And we're going to have a review. So for review is going to be total reviews, okay? So if they're total reviews, we're going to put it as a string, and we also need to provide coordinates to the place because we want to show this place on the map. So we're going to have latitude and longitude. So we have our latitude. Our latitude is going to be a number. So this number is going to be a double, but for Mongo, we just use number for a schema. And we're also going to have a longitude. The type is going to be number and is going to be required. So we are done with this schema. So let's go ahead and save it. So if we go back to our Postman, let's see, our service running. Let's wait for it to connect to the database. Create the places controller. So we go back to our controllers, create a new file, and we're going to call it place controller, and it has to be a JS file. So in our controller, we're going to require our model first. So we need to instantiate our model. So here, the name is going to be place, and it's going to come from the model that we just created. So we need to access our models. In our models, then we need to get the places model. Okay, so this is the name, places. So this name is the same as the name that we have for for our model here. So let's go ahead and close it. Next, we're going to export our functions, modules.export. Then we need to add braces. So inside, we want to create our function. So the first function that we're going to create is to add a place. Okay, add place. That's going to be the name. Add place or add places, either way. So it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to require a request, a response, and then next. Let's close it. So first we need to capture the data from our request body, and then we can use that data to create a new object for our place. So the data that we're going to require is the same data that we have in our places model. So we can just open this place model, put it side by side, so that we can see what kind of data do we require from the user. So first we have the country ID. So we might as well just copy the country ID, paste it here. Description, paste image URL, location. Let's make this a little bit smaller. We require the title also, rating, review, latitude, longitude, and popular. So we are not going to require popular. So let's go ahead. Let's see. Here, popular is not required, so it's okay. But we're going to require our latitude and longitude. And all this data is going to come from the request body. Okay. So here is equals to request.body, and let's close it. So down below, we need to create a new object, but we need a try catch block first. So in our try, we need a new place. The object that we're going to store the data is equals to new place. Then we have to put all the data that we have on top inside, okay? And then we are going to paste it in here. So let's just put them in a column instead of a row. So this is the data that we require. So now that we have our new place, we need to go ahead and save that place to our database. So here we need to await the object. We need to await we need to wait for this object, and then we can save it to the database. So await, and then we put the name of our object, which is new place. Then we go ahead and save the data to the database. After we save the data to our database, we need to send a response along with the status. So our status is going to be 201, and then we need to send back a JSON response. So in our JSON response, we're just going to pass a status, and our status is going to be true, like that. When we have an error, then we need to return our next function. So here we're going to have a return next. Then we need to pass the error. So let's save that. So we have our add place function. So right now, what we are going to do, we're going to create another function to get places. So we need to get all the places from our database. It has to be asynchronous. It takes the same parameters, that is request, response, and then next. So in here, we're going to require a try catch block. We don't need any external data to come from the user. So it's going to be a get method, a get request. A get request is going to be mapped to this get places function. Okay. So we need to create a new instance of the places that we get from our database. And we also need to await our database and get all the places. And so here, let's check. It's supposed to be place, not places. A place.find. And we're getting everything, but we need to just include a few parameters. So like we are going to have the ID. We need to put this in braces first. So when we're getting places, we need to get the ID, not per se. Okay, let's use a different way to just include the values that we need. So I'm just going to be exploring different ways to do it. So you pick a way that you want to use in the long run. But the purpose, the goal of this is to make you have a choice, like to choose which one is best for you when you want to manipulate your data from the database. Okay, so let's take, for example, we visit this country. So we've used this particular syntax to exclude some values from the data that we get from the database. That's the first. And we've used this syntax to just get these values from our database. Okay, so now we want to add another one, which is an alternative to this. Okay, so if we go back to our places controller, so here we can just add, then we need to include the ID, we need reviews, we need rating, we also need image URL, supposed to be image here, a title, and we need the country ID. So once we get these values, then they're going to be stored in this variable that we created. So we need to send a response alongside with the status, and our status is going to be 200, and we need to send back JSON data. So here it's going to be places. If we have an error, then we're just going to catch that error and return back. So let's format our code a little bit, add a little bit of space so that everything can be a little bit visible, not harder to gather, like that. So this is for getting places. Next, we want to get a single place. Okay, we want to get a single place. So to get a single place, we're going to just, let's copy this function that we created on top, and let's go ahead, paste it down. We have to change the name from get places to get place. Okay, so when we're getting a place, we require an ID, a place ID. Okay, so this is supposed to be place ID, and our place ID is going to come from our request.params.id. Let's close that. In our try catch block, we're going to access our places, and we are going to find by ID. So here is going to be place ID, and in here, what we want to do, we just want to exclude some values. Okay, so the same values that we exclude here, these ones are the same ones that we're going to exclude when we're getting the data. So we might as well just go to get country, copy this, and then go back to our places controller, and then we paste this line of code here. So we need to exclude these three before we get our data. So here it's supposed to be place, and this is supposed to be place. So that's all for getting a place. And if we get a place, then we need to go ahead and populate the popular. But what I want to do is to just exclude that part. We need to exclude this part. We will revisit it and then work on it when we have our model, our hotels model, and our functions, when everything is functional. So let's exclude it for now. So we have three functions: one to add, the second one to get all the places, the third one to get a place by ID. So we want to have another one whereby we want to get places by country. So let's say we are in the United States. We click United States, and then we are taken to United States page. So we should be able to navigate all the places within United States. So we need to get those places by the ID of the country. So if we visit our places model, we have a country ID right on top. So this is the ID that we're going to use to get all the places that has a particular ID. So if United States, the ID is United States here, right? So that's the ID that we're going to pass from the country, like country data, and then we're going to use the same ID to retrieve all the places with that particular ID here. So this is our Postman, and we need to go to places folder. Places folder. Let's go ahead and check something. Places controller. This one we can open it. It's okay. Let's go to our places controller router. Okay, only posting requires a user. So we can test these three first, and then we can go ahead, log in a user, and try to add a place. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Postman. So first we want to get places, right? So this is going to be our URL. So if we press send, then we get these places. These places are already in the database, so it's okay. We're going to run another test when we add another place. So let's go ahead. We want to get countries, get a country ID, and then we can try to get the places related to a particular country. So here we have the United States. So if we copy the ID, then we go to get places by country, paste the ID and press send. Then we're going to get all the places that are related to United States. Okay. So to get a place, we have to just come here, copy the ID of a particular place, you go to get place, and then we need to provide the ID and then send. So let's get another place, which is a little bit different. So here we have Statue of Liberty. So we can just copy the ID, go to get place, and then paste the ID. So these are the params, request param that we are passing to our backend. So here, if you go back to our backend, when you're getting a place, we require the ID. This is the ID that we just pasted. Okay. So when we paste this, this is the one that we're going to use in our function. So let's hover over. Let's just open it. Okay. It is the one that we're getting here from our request params, and we're using it to get the place here, right? And we're excluding these variables. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a place and check whether we're excluding these variables for sure or not. So let's go back to Postman. So this is Statue of Liberty, isn't it? So if we press send, we're supposed to get this place, Statue of Liberty. We have the description, contact ID, image, rating, reviews, latitude, longitude, location, the popular, but we don't have the variables that we excluded. So let's take it a little bit further. Okay, so if we come back here and let's say we are going to get rid of this first one, and let's save. So let's wait for our database to connect. Our database is connected. Let's go back to Postman and send the same request. Nothing changed, so it's okay. Let's check our model. It doesn't have. To add a place, the first thing that we need to go ahead and log in a user. So here I'm going to use John Doe. Let me try to log in. Okay, I've successfully logged in. So I need to get the token. After getting the token, inherit. So this token is coming from this authorization. So we need to paste the token here, save, let's close. So if we go to, let's just close these, we'll revisit them if we want to use them. So here we're focusing on adding places, right? So we need to come to our body, request body. Here, the country ID, I'm just going to change the country ID. I'm going to put Brazil, okay? So first, we just come to countries. I'm going to pick Brazil and go back to add places, and contact ID here, it has to be the same as the ID of the user that we log in with, which is this one, and it's the same, so we can leave it like that. So let's go back here. The data can remain the same. It's okay, because this is just an example, but you have to take it upon yourself to put the correct data if you want to put the application in production. So we can go ahead and send this request. So here we have true. That means, and we have our status code here. It's created 201 created. So everything is working fine. What we need to do, we need to go ahead and get places and see whether we have this place or not. Okay, so it might be the last. Yes, the one with Brazil. This is a country ID for Brazil. So let's get the ID, or just get the country ID here and get places by ID. We paste it here and then press send. So these are places related to Brazil, and we don't have any popular places in this. So we are good. Next, we're just going to focus on recommendation. So like in our home screen, we have to recommend places to people. So what we need to do, we need to make these recommendations dynamic. So like each and every time a user send or open the application, the set of data that is being retrieved from the database is going to be different. We don't have to just retrieve one set of data each and every time. So we are going to randomize the data that we are getting from the database so that we can give users a variety. If they refresh the application, then they'll get a set of new data, new places that they can view. Okay, so we are going to do that in a little bit, but for these ones we are done. So we need a recommendation and we need to focus on our search. So let's go back to VS Code, and everything is working fine. So what we can do, we can go ahead and test this function that we haven't tested in our countries. So when we're getting countries, we're supposed to populate like this popular section because it's related to the places. Okay, so now we have our functions for our places and everything is working fine. We can go ahead and run a test on this. So let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, our get countries is working fine. We have Brazil here. So we need to get United States because United States has related data to places. Okay, so if we go to get country, paste the code here and then press send, then this data in popular should be populated. So if we visit back to, if we go back to our VS Code, when we are populating, we require an ID, like title, rating, review, image. So there are like 5 variables that we require. So let's go back to our Postman. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including our ID, that's 6. So our function is working fine. Nothing was wrong. It was just that like we haven't implemented our places model and our functions weren't working. So we've gotten this out of the way. So let's see if we go back to countries. Let's take Brazil for instance. But Brazil, it has an empty list. So we just want to try to run a test and see whether we can get something. So here we're getting the list, but is empty. So since this list is empty, we are unable to populate it. But we've created a place with Brazil as the country ID. So we can do it manually and later on automate the process. Okay, because we want to test whether we can get the data for this newly created country that we've added to our countries list. So if we go to get places, all right, this one is the one that's belonging to Brazil. So this is Brazil's ID and this is the place ID. So we need to copy the place ID and we need to go back and open countries. So in countries, I have Brazil right at the bottom and we have this array. So we need to access this array and we need to add. Okay, let's go ahead and add the field that we just copied. So we are going to add item to popular. We just paste it and then we press update. So after updating, then we should be able to get this place within Brazil. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code. Not VS Code per se, but we need to go back to Postman, right? So we're getting Brazil as a country. So we should send this request. So here, the place that we just added has been populated. This is the place that we just added. This is the ID that we add in our backend, in our database, this ID. And we've populated the data and we're getting the data here. So we've gotten that out of the way. So let's move on and create our other functions to our list in our database manually. We want to do it using our backend. So we go back to our countries controller. So you can just visit our controllers, countries controllers, you open the controller and you need to create a new function, right? Right at the bottom, then we're going to create a new function. Is going to be add. We have the function already, but we haven't written the code. So the function is here up on top. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to capture data from our request body. So the data that we're going to be getting from our request body is the country ID and the place ID. Okay. So first, let's have our country ID. And here we're going to have a place ID. So whenever we are adding or trying to remove, we have to provide these two and they have to be in the request body. Okay. Since we captured this data, now we need to go ahead and access our database. So to access our database, we said we need a try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to find this country by ID. Okay. So we need to create a variable that we are going to store the data that we're going to get from our database. So the variable name is going to be country. And here, don't forget to add a wait, since we need to wait for our database to get the data and pass it back to us. So we need to access this model and we need to find, and we're finding by ID. Since we've provided an ID right on top, we add braces. So in here, we are going to have our country ID. So let's go ahead and close it. So first we need to check whether this country, the country ID or the data, we have the data related to the ID that we've sent. Okay. So we need to have a condition. So if country, if not country, then we need to pass back a response back to the user. Okay. So here we're going to return. So we're going to return a response and we need a status. Our status is going to be 404 if the ID that we provided is non-existent in our database. So that means that country is non-existent. So 404, if 404, status 404 is for something that is not found. That's why even if we visit a web page and that web page is no longer available, then we get a 404 page, which says a page not found. So we need to send back the 404 alongside with a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to pass a message. And in our message, we're going to have a string, say country not found, like that. So let's save. So in a situation whereby this country is found, then we need to go ahead and find the index, because this is a list, right? So if we visit our Postman, this is a list, right? So we're providing the place ID. So we want to go ahead and find the index of this ID that we provided, the place ID that we provided. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a variable for the index. And this index has to be the index of the place. Okay, so we're going to access this country data that we've stored in here, and we need to access this popular array. And from this array, we need to access the index of the place ID. Okay, so once we have our index, then we're going to either push or remove, because we want to use one function to add and remove. So let's say you want to remove a particular place from your popular list. You can just use the same request that you used to add that particular place to your popular list. So here If index is not equal to -1, that means something is existent already. That place is existent in our country list. Then we need to do something. So we need to access this country popular. Then we need to remove that place from our list. So to remove, we're going to use a splice method. And in here, we're going to pass the index. Okay. So when we pass the index, then we're going to just go straight to the index, and then we remove the item on that index. Else, if the place is non-existent, then we are going to go ahead and push that item that we provided here to our list. Okay, so our list is popular and we need to push. And what are we pushing? We're pushing this place ID to our popular lists. Okay, so we need to have the place ID, and after this we need to await this country data because we've made some changes to it, and then we need to save it again. Okay, so here we are going to await country, and then we save. After saving, then we are going to go ahead and send a response. So we have to send a response along with the status. So our status is going to be 200. And here we need to just pass a status, a JSON. So in our JSON, we are going to have status, and it has to be true. Okay, don't mind the error, it will disappear. So if we have an error, we need to return next, and then we need to pass the error. So we are done with this function. What we are going to do, we are going to map it to our router. So we need to go back and visit our routers. In our routers, we go to country. We need to add one more route here. So this one is going to be a post. So when we are posting, we don't require any parameter, but what we require here, we need to have a change. So we need to add places. Okay, so it's going to be localhost 5003/API/countries/places, and then we need to map it to add places to country, and then we save. So if we go back to our Postman, and in our Postman, we need to go back to country, add or remove places, right? So here, let's just use the last country that we created, which is Brazil, right? So here, we're getting the country. This is Brazil. So we need to copy the ID. So we need to put the country ID here. And this is the place that we added to Brazil manually. So we need to remove this place and try to edit again. So since the place is existent already, here it's going to be removed. So let's go ahead and run a test. Okay, true. So that means this place has been removed. So if we go ahead to get country, this popular array is supposed to be empty. So let's send back this request again. So our array is empty. So that means our function is working properly. And if we go back and send this request again, our response is true, status is 200. So if we go back to get country and send this, we should have something in this array. Okay, so we've gotten that out of the way. We've finished with our country. Next, we're going to go ahead and finish up on places. So let's go back to VS Code. And work on our search function. So we need to go back to places controller. In our places controller, we need to create a new function, and we have to give it a name, search. So it's going to take the same parameters. So you can just copy from here, paste it here, and then we have our braces. So in our braces, we are going to put our search function. So we need to go back to our MongoDB so that we can create the index, and then we can just copy the code from there and come and paste it in our search function. Okay, so but before we do that, here what we're going to do, we're going to create a variable for our results is equals to, so we need to await our DB, and we need to access our places, and we need to aggregate. We need to add bracket. So here we are going to have an array. Okay, so this array, we're going to get it from our MongoDB. So let's go back to our browser. In our browser, you go to your database. Okay, so let's say, or you're most probably on collections, browse collections, then this is our database, right? We want to add a search index to this collection. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to go to search index. Okay, so we need to create a new index. So let's go back so that it can be clear. Open our database, go to places, and in places, we need to go to search indices and then create a new index. So this index, we're going to give it a name, and the name is going to be places, and we're going to be searching through the places, these places. Okay, so we need to go ahead and press next, create search index. We close. So we need to go ahead and edit with Visual Editor. After that, we need to go to search test, and here we need to get this code. Okay, we just copy this code, and we go back to our VS Code. This code is the one that we're going to paste in here. So here we need to change our query, right? So our query is going to come from request params. So here we're going to say request params dot key. So this key, we're going to provide it, and is the one that we're going to use to search. After finishing the search, then we should send back a response, and the response is going to be stored in these results. So right after this, we made a mistake. All this should be in a try catch block. So let's just cut this and put a try catch block. So in our try, that's when we paste our code. And after this bracket, we are going to send a response. So it's going to be a response.status, and our status is going to be 200. And then we need to go ahead and send JSON data, and our JSON data is going to be results. So if we have an error, then we're going to return next, and then we pass the error. So that's all for our search. We can go ahead, hook it up, and then try to run a test. So let's go to our route. In our routes, we go to places, and then we need to create one for search. Okay, so here search is a get request, so it's supposed to be search, and here we should provide a key, right? And we need to map it to search like that. So if we have over search, okay, it's not showing, but anyways, let's go back to Postman. In Postman, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and go to search. We need to check the URL first before we proceed. So it's places search, and then we write the key here. Okay, so I think almost everything is okay. So we can go ahead and just search Disney. Okay, so we have Disney here. We have Disney. So that's exactly what we need. Let's go, because we created a place with the name Yellowstone. But if we just search for yellow, then we must get a, no. Let's go back to get places. Okay, it's supposed to be Yellowstone, or we can just search for a park. Okay, so our park is showing, so that means our search is working fine. So we are done with that section. Next, we're going to try to focus on getting recommendation. So let's go back to our VS Code, and then handle like recommendations. We want to go ahead and create our hotel model. So we come to our models, we create a new file, and we're going to call it hotel, and it has to be a JS file. So here we can just go ahead, copy whatever we have in here, and then we are going to paste all the lines of code in here. So we need to change the schema name from place schema to hotel. It's supposed to be hotel. So we got that out of the way. So we need to change the model name from place to hotel. Okay. So now we need to have the right fields for our hotel. So first we're going to require the country ID. We're going to require the title, the description, and here we are going to also require availability. So here it's going to be a map. So in this map, we're going to have two dates. The start date, which is going to be of type date, and we're also going to make it required. We can just leave it like that. And then we have end. Okay. So we have these two and they're of type date. So let's just save. Right after that, we need the contact ID. Okay, so here we're just going to leave it as contact, not contact ID. And then image URL, rating, review, location, and we need to cut these two and we need to put it in a map. Okay, so our map is going to be coordinates, and in our coordinates, then we are going to have the longitude and the latitude. And let's go ahead and close it here. Let's format our code a little bit. And we also have to include the price of the hotel. So for the price, we need type. So our type is going to be a number and is going to be required. So we set required boolean to true. Let's go ahead, close it. Right at the bottom, we're going to have facilities. So let's get rid of this popular. We don't require it. So for facilities, it's going to be an array. So in our array, we are going to require maps. So first is going to be Wi-Fi. So if the hotel got Wi-Fi, then this is going to be of type boolean. Instead of having required, we're going to set a default value. So by default, it's going to be true. So that's it for our Wi-Fi. So let's add a comma here, and we need to copy this and paste it multiple times. And we just need to change the names. So here we're going to have parking. After parking, then we're going to have the air conditioner, room service, the TV, and a separate bathroom. So we're just going to call it bathroom like that. So let's save. So we just need to set this timestamp to false. We don't require it. So let's just save it. So everything checks out here. So the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to try to go back to our places controller. In our places controller, here when we're getting a place, we should populate the data related to the hotel. Okay. So here we're going to have .populate. So if we open our model, our places model, this model that we have here. So let's drag and drop it. Oh, this is the model. Let's close it here. If we come here, we have popular, right? So in our popular, we are referencing a hotel model. So we need to go ahead and specify the path. So our path is going to be popular. And then we need to select the fields that we need to populate. So here we're just going to have an empty string. So the fields that we're going to populate are going to be the same as the ones that we populate for place in the country controller. So we can visit and then we can just copy this line of code, go back to places, and then we can just replace this line here. Okay, so we have location, image URL, review, rating, and the title. So next we're going to work on our hotel functions. So to do that, we need to go ahead and create a controller for our hotel, for the controller for our hotels. Okay, so here is supposed to be hotel controller, and it has to be a JS file. So in here, we're going to require our model first. So const hotel is equals to require, and in here we need to specify the path of our model. Okay, so we need to visit our models, and in our models we need to get this hotel. So let's save. After that, we need to export our functions. Okay, so we're going to have the code module exports, and here we need to have braces. So in here, that's where we are going to write all our functions. So we're going to have quite a number, and they're going to be similar to places, but instead of copying and pasting, we're just going to go through them one by one, writing each function. Okay, so in here, so the first one that we're going to have is add hotel. We need to add hotels, so we need to have the function for that, and it's going to be asynchronous. So here it's going to take a request, a response, and the next function. So that's our first function. Head and work inside our add hotel function. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and capture the data from the request body. So we're going to do what we did for add place. We capture the data first, and the data is coming from request.body. Okay, so our data is going to come in here. So I've put the model side by side with the function so that we can see like which which variables, which fields are we going to be requiring in our function. So the first one is going to be a country ID. So let's go ahead, we can just copy from here and we're going to paste it in here. Next, we're going to have a title. It's supposed to be title. Next, we're going to have a description, availability. So we can just copy, paste it here. Let's go on to the next one, which is the contact. So we say this contact is going to be a user ID. The user ID. The user who's uploading this hotel, their contact is going to be attached to this hotel they upload. We also need an image URL. After the URL, we have rating, we have reviews, we have location. After location, we need our coordinates, we need our price, and we need facilities. Okay, so that's the data that we require. So we're just going to copy this data, and then we're going to go ahead and have our try catch block down here. So in our try, we need to create a new object. So here, const supposed to be new hotel is equals to new, then hotel. Okay, let's get rid of this S from here. So in here, we're going to require all this data to create our object. So we're just going to paste the same data, and then we are going to save this object to our database, and then we return a response. So we are going to await new hotel, and then we're going to push it to the database. After pushing it to the database, now we need to return a response. So it's going to be response, and we need to send it back along with the status. Our status is going to be 200, and we need to just send JSON. So for JSON, we're just going to pass the status. So our status is going to be true since we've successfully created. So for this one, since it's creating, it's not supposed to be 200, it's supposed to be 201. So when we catch the error, we're supposed to return the next function, and we need to pass the error in here like that. So we are done with this function. Let's go ahead, close it because it's a little bit longer. So right below, we need to create one to get hotels by country. Okay. Okay. It's supposed to be hotels by country. It's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to require a request response and the next function. Okay. That will go away. So in here, when we are getting hotels by country, we need the country ID. So we need to create a variable where we are going to store this country ID. So we can just go ahead and have our country ID right on top. It's supposed to be country ID is equals to request params, requested params dot ID. So once we get this country ID, now we can go ahead and have a try catch block. So in our try catch, that's where we are accessing our database and try to find these hotels using the country ID. So we're going to create a variable where we're going to store our data. So here is supposed to be hotels is equals to, we need to await for the data to be found. So here we're going to just find, and in here we need to have our key, which is country ID, and we need to have our value, which is the country ID that we're getting from our request.params. So since we get that out of the way, now we need to process our data a little bit further. So once we get the hotels, we need to check the length, because we might have a country ID and the country ID is correct, but there are no hotels attached to that country. So in that instance, we need to send back an empty array. So we are going to check here if a hotel is supposed to be hotels.length is equals to 0. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and return an empty array. Okay, so here's supposed to be response status, and we have to pass our status. Our status code is going to be 200, and we need to pass JSON. So in our JSON, we're just passing an empty string. So let's save that. If our data, our length is more than 1, then we are going to go back and send this. Okay, so here we just need to send a response along with the status. So our status is going to be 200 as well. And here we need to pass JSON data. So our data is going to be hotels. So we are done with that part, and we need to pass the error in here. Okay, so let's close this function. Next, we're just going to get a hotel by ID, because we need to be able to retrieve all the hotels. Like a single hotel, not all the hotels. We need to retrieve a single hotel. So we need to do that by using the hotel ID, isn't it? So here we're going to create a new function, and we're going to call it get hotel by ID. But let's add a comma right on top so that we can get rid of the error. So it's hotel by ID. It's supposed to be ID. So here it has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take a request, a response, and then it's going to take next. After that, we need to have an arrow function and then our braces. In our braces, so the first thing that we need to capture the ID, which is the hotel ID. Okay, so this hotel ID is going to come from params. So request dot not body, but params dot ID. So a typo here, it's supposed to be async. Once we have the ID, now we can go ahead and have our try catch block. In our try, we need to create an instance of our hotel. So we're going to say const hotel. So we are waiting for our database to find that hotel using the ID that we have on top and send the data back to us. So here we need to use our hotel model. In here we are finding by ID. So it's going to be find by ID, and we need to pass the ID in here. So the ID is going to be hotel ID, not hotel, but hotel ID. So once this hotel has been found, then we're going to return the hotel down here. Okay, response status. So you can go an extra mile. So if this ID doesn't match any hotel, then you can return a response here, a 404, like what we did before. Like let's take for example, we can say if not hotel, right? Then we need to return something. We need to send back a response. So our response is going to be response.status. So our status is going to be 404, and then you just need to pass the JSON data. So in our JSON, we have to pass the status. The status is false, and the message. Our message has to be a string. Okay, so here we can just say hotel doesn't exist. So it's supposed to be does not exist, like that. But if we have the data, then we are going to go ahead, have a status of 200, and then JSON, and we are going to send back the data. So our data is hotel. If we do have an error, then we need to return. We're going to return next, and we need to pass the error like that. So we are done with this one. For this, for these created functions, hotel functions. So let's just go ahead to our routes folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it hotel, and it has to be a JS file. So like what we were doing before, we can just come here, copy whatever we have in this other route, paste it in here. So the first thing that we need to replace is this controller. So our controller is going to be a hotel controller. So we need to map it to the right controller. So here it's supposed to be hotels controller. So when posting, we're going to require our controller, and then here we need to add hotel, and we need we need two. Let's see. So we need to put our controller here. So we need to get hotels by ID, get hotel by ID. So here we have this router. Okay, so instead of here for it to be place, it's supposed to be hotel controller, and we need to map it to the right one, which is get hotel by ID. So if we visit Postman here and go to get hotel, so the endpoint is API hotels and then the ID. So this is the parameter. So we've done the right thing. Right after that, we need to get by country. Okay, so back to Postman, get hotels by country. So it's literally the same. So we are going to leave it like this, but we're going to change this to hotel controller, and then we want to get hotels by country. So let's go ahead, get rid of that and get rid of that. We have three routes. So we need to hook these routes to our package, not to our package, but to our server.js. Let's close this. So right at the bottom, we're going to have hotels. So we need to import our router. So right at the top, let's make a duplicate. So this is place. It's supposed to be hotel router. We need to map it to hotel. Let's copy the name. And then here we're going to replace the place router with hotel router, and let's save. So right now we're able to do stuff, or like we're able to test our endpoint. So if we go to Postman, so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to get hotels by country. So here, this is our country, okay? United States. Let's just go get countries. Okay, that's United States. Get by country, we need to provide the country ID, and we need to send this request. Okay, so these are the hotels that are under United States. Like, there are a lot. So we need to just go ahead and create one for Brazil, since we created Brazil together. So most of the tests that we're going to run, they're going to be related to Brazil.
Okay. And I've shown you how to quickly create the data that you're going to use, especially for a test application. You just go with your schema to ChatGPT, and then you can create a prompt. Then ChatGPT will fill the data for you. Then you just need to get the JSON data, make some changes, and then you can post. It's way quicker than trying to find the information online, try to write it. Okay. So here we are going to get countries, right? And we need the ID for Brazil. After we get the ID, we need to go ahead and get add hotel. So here we need to provide a country ID. So our time, everything is going to remain the same. Let's just leave it like that. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to have authorization. So here, our authorization, we're going to inherit from parent. Okay. So let's see. It's supposed to be bearer. Let's go to auth, authorization, copy, and then we go ahead, paste it here. So let's close. So what we're going to do, we are going to post if we don't have an error and everything would work out fine. So let's just check country ID, description, availability, contact, rating, location, coordinates, price, facilities. I think that's everything that we need. So let's try to post. Okay, we do have an error. Okay, so it's a wrong entry for review. So let's go back. Okay, so this is wrong. It's supposed to be a string. Okay, so a string with a number of reviews. So let's say reviews. Okay, here. So if we go back, save our application again so that you can NodeMon can spin the server again, then go back, try to send the same request. It should be successful now since we've inputted the right data. Places model. So in our places model, we have this popular hotel in it, the hotel. So here we are storing popular hotels in an array, and this array is of type a Mongo schema type object ID. So here we are storing the object ID and we need to populate the data. So just to cross check, most probably you might have some different. So if we go back to our places controller, when we're getting a place, then we should go ahead and populate the data which is related to a particular place, okay, which is the hotel. So here we're going to say dot populate, and we want to populate the popular field, and we are going to select the title, rating, views, URL, and location. So this is the same as the one that we use for the country controller. So if we visit our country controller, we have the same line of code, because in our country we have popular places, and in our popular places, then we are storing the data as object IDs. So when we're getting the data, we're populating the popular place. Okay, so it's the same mechanism that we are going to use for our hotels. So we might as well just copy from our country, go to places, and then we can paste this line of code here. Okay, so by having this line of code, then when we run a test in Postman, so let's say we want to get a place. Okay, get a place. If we send this request, then this popular section should be populated. Okay, so let's say we didn't include this line of code here. Okay, so let's just comment it out, save, go back to our Postman, and send the same request. It will come back as an ID. So we don't want the ID, but we want the data. So for us to get the data, to retrieve the data from the other model, then we should have these lines of code here. A review model. So I've created the file already, so you can follow suit. After creating the file,
you need to open it. Just visit one of the models. Like for example, you can visit this model that we have here, right? And then just copy everything from this model, go to the review model, then you can paste the code. So we need to change the name from user schema to review schema. So we just select everything and we call it review schema. And we need to change the model name from user to review, right? So inside we need to go ahead and set the right data. So what we are going to require in here, the first thing is the place that we are commenting. So here we're going to have a place. This place is like, it's an ID, right? Belonging to the place that we are commenting on, be it a hotel, be it a place. But most probably this one is going to be for a hotel. So the place that we have in question here is a hotel. Next thing that we're going to require is the review itself. So the review is going to be a string and is required. We also require rating, because whenever a user is commenting, they're going to rate their stay in a hotel. So this is going to be a number and it's required. So we need to have another parameter down below, and this parameter is going to be updated it, not updated it, but updated. So this one, it has to be date, and we have to set a default. Each and every time that we comment, then we are passing a default date. So our date is going to be date.now. So each and every time a comment is made, then we are setting the date. So we need to know like which user does this comment belong to. Since we have the place, we know where which place it belongs to. So now we need to know like which user does it belong to, because when we're displaying it, we're displaying the image of the user and the name of the user, right? So we need to get those two. That's the image and the username. So we need to include a user. So our user is going to be of type Mongo schema. So here we require an object ID, right? And we are referencing this to our user model. Okay, so here it has to be user. So let's just go ahead, close it. Yeah, we don't require this. Most probably the error will go by itself. So this is for the model for our review. So what we need to do, we need to create a controller right here. Okay, so this controller is going to be a review controller, and it has to be a JS file. So we require the model that we just created. So let's go ahead and import our model. So the model is going to be review is equals to require, supposed to be require here. So in here, we're going to require models. And from our models, we're getting this review. So that's it. Inside here, we need to export our functions, the functions that we're going to create. So we need to have module.exports. And here we need to export everything that's going to be in the braces. So the first thing that we need to create the function to add a review. Okay, so add review, and it has to be asynchronous, and is going to take a request, a response, and next. So the first thing that we need to capture the data from the request body, and then we use that data to create a new comment object that we're going to save in our database. So here we're going to have const braces is equals to request.body. So from our request.body, we're going to get certain parameters. Those parameters are going to be the same with the ones that we have in our request model. So we need to put our request model here so that it can be side by side. So the first one that we're going to require is the place. After the place, we're going to require the review itself. The time, now we don't need it. So here we're going to have rating.
After rating, we're going to have, okay, we don't need user also. Let's see. Yes, we don't need user. So the user, we are going to get it from the middleware. For a person to comment, they have to be logged in. So we get our user ID from our middleware, and then we set it into our object. So here, right on top, okay, we are going to capture the user ID, and this user ID is going to come from a request user dot ID. So let's close that. So down below, now we're going to require a try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to create a variable where we're going to store our data. So the first, we need a new review. The name, we need the name is equals to new review, right? And here we have to pass the data, okay? So our data is going to be place. That's the first one. Next, we need a review. Next, we need a rating. Afterwards, we're going to require user. Okay, let's see whether this will work. So we have our user here, okay? So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and save this data to our database. So we are going to await this new review, and then we save it to the database. After saving, we just need to send a response. Oh, not response, but res.status. Our status is going to be 200, and we need to just pass a status. So it's supposed to be JSON inside of braces. We're going to have a status, and our status is going to be true. If we catch an error, then we're going to return next, and then we need to pass that error. So we can go ahead, create the route, and try to just run a test, and then modifications to it. So we want to allow a user to only add one review to a place, not more than one. So if there's an existing review that they have made, we're going to go ahead, check for an existing review first before we even try to create a new one. If there's an existing, we're going to update the existing one so that we only have one comment from each and every single user. Okay, so here in our try catch, what we're going to do, we're going to create a variable with the name existing review. So we're going to await. So here we want to go ahead and look for a review in our database. So we're going to find one, and we're going to use the variables that we have, the user ID and the place ID. Okay, so these two. So we put them in braces. So first we're going to use the place, and we add a comma, and we're going to also use the user. So right at the bottom, we need to have a statement. If existing review, then we are going to go ahead, update that review. So we need to access this existing review. Then we're going to get the rating first, and we're going to assign this rating to this new rating that we're getting from the request body. And down below, we're going to update the review, and this review is going to be equal to this review that we're getting from the request body as well. So after that, we need to go ahead, await, and then we're going to save this existing review. Okay, so that's for the existing review. Else, if this existing review doesn't exist, we need to go ahead and create a new one. So we're going to have an else statement below. So we just need to cut this code, and then we're going to have else here. So in our else, we're going to paste these lines of code, and then these lines are the ones that we're going to use to add a new review to our database. And then we're going to return a response. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go ahead and create a route. So I'm going to go to routes and create a new folder, not a new folder, but a new file, and I'm going to call it review.js. So same as our other routes, we need to just copy whatever we have in an other route and then just paste it in our new route. So we need to replace this controller. So this controller, it has to be a review controller, right? And we have to map it to a review controller like that. So we said whenever we are posting a review, we need to have our middleware because we want to get the user ID. Okay. So here we're going to use the review controller and we want to add the review. So let's comment out the other one. So here it's supposed to be a post request like that. So we are done with this part. And one other thing, if you take a look at our review controller, it has a capital O. So if you can just go ahead and change the name if you can. But for mine, I'm going to leave it like that because it doesn't have any effect. But for like a uniform code, you can just rename it. So let's go to our server. In our server, now we need to go ahead and import the route that we just created. So here we're going to have our review and we're going to map it to review. Let's make sure that we're doing the right thing. Okay. So down below, we need to create the endpoint. So here it's supposed to be reviews and we're going to map it to the review router. So right now we're able to go ahead and test our endpoint. If our endpoint works, then we can move on to getting these reviews. And one other thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that we have at least two reviews in our place. Let's say hotel, right? The hotel, each and every hotel should have at least two reviews. If they are available. If they are not available, then that's okay, because we need to display them in our hotel page, hotel details page in our front end. And test whether we're able to post our review or not. So if you open Postman, we have these reviews. I've already added one before, so it's like it's this one with this place is and nothing. So I'm just going to make a change here just to let you see. We visit our browser, we go to MongoDB, and then this is the comment that I just added like now. So we need to go ahead, go to Postman and post this. The total number of comments that we have in our database is 3. So if we add this, since our user ID and our place ID is the same, so we are going to find the ID, we're going to find the review which is already in our database and we are going to update it. So if we press send, then we have this status is true. So that means we've added something to our reviews and we need to go back to our database. So these are the 3 that we have. So here, query results 3 of 3, right? So if we refresh, there should be 3, not 4. But the last one should be updated. So let's give it a little bit of time. So here, this is the comment that we just made. And one other thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and just remove, let's see, that's 10, created it. We need to go ahead and remove this update because we already have timestamps set to true. So we don't want to keep on updating something that is already there or keep on posting something that is already there. So let's go to our server. In our server, we want to visit our controller. So first in our controller, not our controller per se, but we need to go to our model. We need to remove it from our model. So models, review, and we need to remove this. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just drop this whole collection. Okay. I'm going to drop it so that we can have new data. So coming back here, what we need to do, we need to go to Postman and we need to go ahead and send. So our status is true. So if we go back to our browser, then we should have one review in our database, in our collection. Okay, so we have our reviews. So we have one. This is the one that we just created, and the field that we just deleted is gone. We don't see it anymore. So that's okay. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on getting all the reviews. So to get all the reviews, we are going to be focusing on the place. So we have to provide a place ID so that we can get all the reviews. So let's go back to our review controller. In our review controller, we need to create another function, which is get reviews. Okay, so it has to be asynchronous, and it takes the same parameter, a request, response, and then next. So here we are going to we need a value, an ID. So this ID is going to be a place ID, and it's going to come from our requests.params.id. So right at the bottom, let's just close it first. Right at the bottom, we need the try catch block. So we need to create a variable where we are going to store our data. So here, I'm just going to say places, but this one is for hotels. So take note, these reviews are not for places, they are for hotels. So you can change this to hotel ID and this to hotel, but I'm just going to go with place. So here we need to await for our reviews. It's supposed to be review dot find, and to find, we're going to require the field that we want to find with, which is place, and we have to map it to place ID. So this is our key, the one that we are referring to in our database, and we have to provide the value that we want to find with, which is the place ID. And this place ID is going to come from our request params. So let's just go ahead. We need to add an extra step. So if you're getting reviews now, we need to go ahead and populate the user data. Okay. So to populate the user data, we're going to have brackets, braces, and inside we are going to require the path. Okay, so the path is going to be user, and we need to select the fields that we want to populate. So we are going to require the image, and we're also going to require the name. Okay, so here we're going to have username. So let's go ahead and visit our user model. So in our user model, we have profile. So we require profile, the profile in the username. So here we're going to have profile. So we're going to populate these two. So if we do have an error, then we're just going to catch the error, and then we're going to return next. And then we pass an error to our next function, which is our error handler. So we are done with that part. Let's go ahead, save. But here in our try, we need to send back a response. So we need a response, and we need to pass a status along with it. So our status is going to be 200, and here we need to pass back the JSON data. So our data is going to be places, a list of places that we get here. Okay. So let's go ahead, close everything. You can just go on top, right click, and close all. So we need to open our review controller. So in our review controller, we're going to uncomment this, and it's a get request. We don't require a token. Anyone can get the comments. So here is going to be review controller, and here we get reviews. But remember, if we have over here, we require the place ID, and this place ID should come from our request.params.id. So we need to add a parameter here. So we say to add a parameter, we need a semicolon, and we need the name of the parameter, which is ID. So let's go ahead and save. So if we go to our Postman, this is the place that we've added a review to. So if we go to get reviews, then paste the ID and send, we should get a response if we didn't make any error. So we didn't make any error. So we are getting our response. We're getting the place. This ID is the same as that ID, and this is our review. This is our rating. And for our user, the user who commented is here and it's populated. We have the user ID, the username, and the profile picture. So here, when we're getting this data, we might as well just, let's see. If you're getting reviews, we need dates so that we can write the date where that a review was made. So we need to leave these. We can leave one and get rid of these two. Created date and this __ v. Okay. So let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we go back to our controller. In our controller, when we're getting the data here, so let's add another brace. So we need to have created it, and let's edit it. Let's add a 0 and let's have __ v. So we're going to run the same request again and see whether we will exclude these two, created it and the __ v. So let's go ahead, run the request. Okay, __ is gone. So let's see. Okay, so here we've made a typo. It's supposed to be created date. Let's run the same request again. So this created date should be gone when we get our response. It's taking a little bit longer. Oh, server. Okay, it's now connected to the database. So we should have something. Okay, so this is exactly what we need. So we are done with this part. So next we're going to be focusing on how we can add these reviews to their respective places. So if we're adding a review, we are checking whether the review exists or not. But what we need to do, we need to go ahead and add like maybe 2 latest reviews in our place. Okay. So for example, this hotel that we've added a review to, we won't be able to see the reviews in our hotel page. So we need to go ahead and link this review ID to the hotel. Like the way that we're putting popular places is the same way that we're going to put reviews. We put 2 reviews that are going to appear in our hotel details page, and if a person presses view all, and then they'll have the ability to see all the reviews related to that place. Add comments manually to our hotel, right? So in order for us to do that, we need to come to our hotel model. In our hotel model, we need to add these lines of code from 21 to 26. So we're going to have review, and it's going to be a list. And in our list, we're going to have a map, an object. So this object is going to be it's going to be a Mongo schema type dot object ID, and the reference is going to be a review. So here we're just going to put an ID to a comment that has been made, right? So after this line of code, then we can go ahead, go to our browser. In our browser, we need to visit the last hotel that we added. That was the one for Brazil. Or if you've added the one, like one in which is different from mine, then you can go to that, and then you just have to add a new line of code, which is reviews. Okay, so to add, I will give you an illustration right on top. Okay, so you go ahead, click here, and then you just click add field after review. Okay, so you need to give that field a name. So the name is going to be reviews, and you need to go ahead and change the type from string to array, since we are going to be dealing with an array. And you need to go ahead, open it, and then here you're going to add your ID like this. Okay, so that's it. So make sure that like the comment that you add here is related to the place. Okay. So that comment that I've made, it belongs to this place. So that's why we have this review over here, this one. Okay. So once you're done with that part, if you go back to your Postman, right, get hotel, and then you need to place the ID of the hotel that you just added a comment to, and then you need to press get. Okay. So once you get the results back, you're going to have this review section, but it's going to be a string, a list string. So we need to go ahead, go back to our backend, and then we want to populate these reviews before we get back the data. So let's go back. So we need to go back to our hotel controller. In our controller, we need to go to visit our get hotel by ID. So it's this one. Okay, so before we send back the data, we want to populate a field, right? So in here, we're going to require a path. So our path is going to be reviews, and we're going to populate almost everything. We need everything, so we don't need to select anything. So let's just go ahead and run it like this. We need to go and take it an extra step, because in our path, in our reviews, we also have another field which is being populated from the user model. Okay, so we need to take care of that. So let's go back to our Postman. So if you send this request, then these are our reviews. Okay, so we are populating all the data here. So we need to select which fields to populate. So we need to populate not the place. We don't need the place. We need the review and the rating and the date. We need these three fields: updated date, review, and rating. And we also need to populate this user. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and then we can continue. Select the fields that we want to populate. So here, when we're getting the review, we need to go ahead and populate rating. We also need review. We need updated date, and we also need user. So for user, we are going to go ahead and populate. Okay, so we need to have another populate here. But first, before we do that, let's just go ahead and see whether we are getting these fields first. So let's save. Let's go back to our Postman. In our Postman, we need to send this request. Okay, so these are the fields that we selected. So right now we need to take it a step further. Now we want to go ahead and populate the user. Okay, so for the user, we're going to select two properties: the username and the profile. Okay, so we need to have another populate down here. Populating, we are going to require braces. So the first thing that we need the path. So our path is going to be user, and we need to provide a model. So the model is going to be user, and it has to be a string. So we can go ahead and run it like this, but we're going to retrieve all the data related to the user, and we don't want that. So what we want to do, we need to select. So when we are selecting two values, two fields with which are the username and the profile. So we need these two. So let's go ahead and save. So we're going to try to run this. If we do have an error, we can come back and rectify the error, but most probably it should run smoothly without any errors. So take note, step by step. A lot of steps might cause a lot of errors. So let's go ahead, send. Okay, so everything works out correctly. So when you're populating reviews, we'll have the review itself and we'll populate the user. Okay, so we're done with this part. And the next part, we're going to focus on adding the reviews automatically. So let's say we want to add two latest reviews. Okay, two latest reviews to the hotel. So like each and every new review that is sent is going to be pushed to index 1. Index 0, that's the latest. Index 1 is going to be the one up before that. So if we add a new comment, we are going to drop index 1 and then push down. We're going to push down index 0 to index 1, and the newly uploaded review is going to go ahead and stay on index 0. So we have at least 2 comments in our place. So when we get our place, when we get the data, we are getting the data of a hotel with 2 comments in it. And if you want to view all the comments, we can just go ahead to review them in a different page, which is not the hotel details page. Ahead and make some modification to our hotel controller. So in our get hotel by ID function, we need to come to this populate where we are populating the reviews, and we need to add options, right? So whenever we are adding the reviews, we're going to be adding the reviews to also to our hotel. Okay, so we're going to get the hotel by ID, and then we're going to push the review ID in our reviews array. So when we're getting those reviews in our hotel details page, we just need to get 2. So we need to go ahead, set options, and then we need to put a limit to 2. So I've gone ahead and created like 2 more reviews with the same ID. So I've done this manually because if I try to use Postman, we've created a function in a way that we cannot add using Postman. We'll just update. So if you want to add a review, you can just come here, click, and then you have to come here and change the ID, and then you can change the comment to see the difference, okay? And then you can just push, you can just insert. So we have 4 now, so we want to get 2 only, okay? So here we have a limit of 2. So if we go to our Postman, if we go to our Postman and send this request, because we're getting a hotel by ID, if we send this request, then we are not supposed to have 4 reviews. We're supposed to have only 2 here, and everything is populated. So far so good. So we can go ahead and try to sort by the updated date. Okay, so we're going to sort these, and then we're going to get the latest 2. So that's all that we need to do for this particular section. So next we're going to go ahead, go to our reviews controller. When we're adding the reviews here, we are going to, when we're creating a new review, we're going to also push the review to our hotel. After we save this new review, we need to go ahead and add our review to our hotel. So right at the top, we need to go ahead and import our hotel model. Supposed to be lowercase hotel, and we need to map it to the right file, which is this hotel. So right at the bottom, we're going to create a new variable, and we're going to call it hotel. Here is, we're going to await for a hotel, and we're going to find one by ID. We're going to find by ID, and our ID is going to be the place. Okay, after we find this hotel, then we are going to go ahead and add an extra step. We're going to access this hotel, because once we get the data is stored in this variable. We want to access this variable, and from this variable we want to get reviews, and in reviews we want to push. And what are we pushing? We're pushing the ID of this newly created review. So here is going to be a new review .id ._id, and then we go ahead and save. We're going to await, and then we're going to save the hotel. okay, like this. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back and drop reviews. After dropping reviews, we need to go back to hotels. We need to go back and revisit this hotel. Okay, we need to just delete all the reviews that we have here, and we need to update. So let's go ahead, check again. So we don't have anything. So we need to go ahead and add reviews using Postman. Okay. So here we're just going to get the ID, go back to our Postman, add review. So this is our place, the user, and this is the name. Okay, so we're just going to press send. So here it's true. That means this review has been sent. So what we need to do, we need to just go and get the hotel here. So we have one review. That means we've successfully added the review to our hotel. So we're done with that part. Next, that's I guess that's all for our backend. If we have any changes that we need to make, then we'll revisit our backend, make a little bit of adjustments. So most probably the adjustments that we are going to make, we're going to make them as we integrate our front end to our backend. Right now, we need to go ahead and integrate our backend to our front end. So we're going to go through some steps. First, we're going to create hooks to get our data from our backend, and then we can render it to our front end. That's the first thing. And if there are necessary changes that we need to make to our backend to suit our needs in our front end, we are just going to revisit our backend, make some few changes, and then we can come back, test those changes, and then we can move on. So the first thing that we need to do in our application is to create a new folder, and we're going to create it in our root directory, and we're going to call it hook. So this hook is going to contain all the files that we're going to use to get the data from the backend. Taking a look at our application, the first thing that we need to get is the countries, because they are the first on our list. Okay, so we're going to create a hook with the name fetch countries, and it has to be a JS file like that. So in our JS file, the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and import. We're going to use state and use effect. So we need use state and we need use effect. It's supposed to be lowercase, and we need another package which is going to help us to make HTTP calls to our backend. Going to our package.json, in our package.json, we've installed Axios. So Axios is going to help us to make these calls. So we need to go back to our file and we need to import Axios here. Okay, so that's our hook. Inside our hook, we need to create some state variables. So what we are going to do here, since we've worked on our front end, we want our data to be the same, our state variable's name to be the same as the data that we used, okay? So that we won't make serious changes to our front end code. So if we go to details, that's not details, we should go to homepage first. Just click here. So we're feeding our data as countries. So we have to create our state variable as countries because we don't want to change these countries here. Okay. So what we're going to do, we need to go back to our fetch countries. We need to create a state variable. So here we're going to have our array. So we're going to have countries and we need to set countries. It's supposed to be countries here. And here we need to use state. And inside we're going to pass it as an empty array. Okay. So we're going to require another state variable, which is loading, and we need to set is loading. So we're going to use state, and initially it is going to be false like that. So let's go ahead and close. Right underneath, we need to handle errors if we have any errors in the backend. So we need to create a state variable for that. Here it's supposed to be an array. So we're going to have our error, and we need to set the error. So let's get rid. Okay, it's supposed to be error here, and we need to set error. Initially, it's going to be null. Okay, so after using state here, we need to set it to null like that.
So we are done with our set variables. Now we need to create the function to get the data from our backend. So here we're going to create a function and we're going to call it fetch data. And it's going to be asynchronous since we are going to be waiting for the data from our backend. So inside, that's where we need to go ahead and fetch our data. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and set this variable to true. So once we hit this fetch data, we're going to set this variable to true. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we're going to set is loading to true, and then we proceed to fetch data from our backend. So to fetch data from our backend, we're going to use a try catch block to have try catch. In our try, we are going to create a variable with the name response. So this variable is going to store everything that we get from our backend. Okay. So we're going to await our HTTP call. So here we need to use Axios, right? And the request that we are making to get the data is going to be, we're going to use a get method to get the data, and we need to provide the URL in here. Okay, so that's the first thing. We need a URL. So let's just write all the code that we need to write, and then we can come back and write the URL. So we need to revisit our backend, and then we can write our URL. So our URL is going to be a string. Okay, so once we get the data, we want to go ahead and set the data to this variable, and we're going to use this function. Okay, set countries to set the data to this variable. So we're going to have our set countries. In our set countries, we need to go ahead and access this response, and inside this response we have a variable with the name, we have a property with the name data, and inside this data we're going to access countries. Okay, like that. So to have like a proper explanation to it, what we're going to do, we're going to run our backend. So this is our backend, and I've already started the backend, but it seems like we do have an error here. So what I need to do, we just need to stop it, Control C, and then we start it again. So we're going to run the command npm start. So we just need to wait a little bit. If our server is running, then we need to go ahead and run a request in Postman to get countries, and then we can proceed from then. So here we just need to wait for our database to connect. Our database is connected, so everything is fine. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and open Postman. Okay, so if we open Postman, we're going to go to countries. In countries, we need to go ahead and get countries. So this is the request that we're going to make. So if we go ahead and send this request, we're going to get the data here. Okay, it's taking a little bit. Okay, but we have our data. Okay, and our data is formatted. So once we run a request in our application, we are getting this data. So this is our data, response.data. So we need to access response.data and go ahead and access these countries. Okay, but first what we need to do, we need to copy this URL because it is the same URL that we're going to use to get the data. So we go back to, not to this, but we're going to visit our application, our front end. So in our front end, we need to paste the URL. And once we get the data, response.data, we're going to access countries. And these countries are the ones that we're going to set to this variable countries. Okay, so we have our list of data. After we get this list of data, then we need to go ahead and set countries, not set countries, but set loading to false. It's supposed to be set is loading, and we're going to set it to false, like that. So in our catch, once we have an error, we need to set that error to this variable that we have here. Okay, so we're going to use the set error, and then we're going to set the error in here. So we need to make sure that our isLoading is set to false. So down here, we're going to have finally. So if everything is done, then we're going to set isLoading to false. Because here, if we catch an error and set an error, we are not setting load to false, even if we set it to true here. So we need to just make sure, like if we run this, if we don't get the data and catch an error, we're going to set the error, and eventually we're going to set isLoading to false, like that. So now we have our function to get the data. So once we get the data, once we created this function, what we need to do, we need to use effect, so that when we call this function, when we place this hook inside of our places, use fetch is going to be run to get the data. Okay, so each and every time that we open our home page, we're going to go ahead and run this function, fetch data, using the use effect. Okay, so here we're going to have use effect. So inside here, inside our braces, we need to call our fetch data function, and outside we just need to put an empty array, like that. And we need to go ahead and create another function with the name refetch. Okay, so here we're going to create another function with the name refetch. So we're going to give it a name, refetch, like that. So refetch, if you want to get our data manually, if we don't want to use effect, we're going to use refetch. So in here, we're going to set isLoading to true. And after setting our reload to true, isLoading to true, then we're going to call our function fetch data. So if we call this function refetch, we're going to set loading to true, and we're going to run this function. So here we're not going to take care of isLoading, like to set it to false, because once we run this function is going to run up until it sets isLoading to false. Okay, so this is where we are going to set isLoading to false, not inside of this refetch function. So we need to return all the data so that we can use it in our places component. So right underneath, we're going to have return. So we're going to return countries. So this is basically all our state variables, and we are going to include this refetch function. So first, we are going to return countries. We're going to return isLoading, and we are also going to return error. And here we need to have refetch, like that. So we've done creating our hook. So in order for us to be able to use this hook outside of this function, outside of this file, we need to go ahead and export it. So after this brace on line 36, we are going to go ahead and have export, and we're going to export default, and we're going to export this hook. So we're going to use this name to export it. So we can just copy the name, and then we paste it down here, like that. So we are done. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and hook it up to our places and try to run it. This hook to our places. So what we need to do, we just need to go ahead and copy everything that we've returned here and go to our places. In our places, right on top of our data, this data that we're using, we're going to have const, and we paste whatever we copy from the hook. So here we need to go ahead and have our fetch countries hook. So our fetch countries hook has been imported here, and we need to go ahead and close it, like that. So here we have a conflict. So we have countries and we have countries here. So what we need to do, we just need to get rid of this data. So our error is gone. So what we're going to do next, we're going to go ahead and try to render this data in our list. but we are also going to use isLoading to show an indicator that our data is loading or not. Because when we make a call to our backend, it might take a little bit of time before we get back the data. So we need to show that our data is loading. Something is happening on the backend. Okay. So we're going to use this isLoading to set the logic for our list, and then we can continue. What we're going to do, we're going to have a condition here. So in our condition, we're going to use this value that we have isLoading, and we need to return something. Okay, if isLoading is true, then we're going to go ahead and return an activity indicator. Okay, so we need to make sure that this activity indicator has been imported right on top. So it's not imported, and it's going to be a closed component. So okay, we got one from React Paper. We don't need that one. We need to get it from React Native right on top. Paste it here, and we need to set some certain properties. So first, not sizes, but we're going to have size. Okay, so for size, we're going to use sizes, and it has to be extra large, and we need to give it a color. And for color, we're going to use colors, and we're going to get, let's get light blue. Okay, like that, and then we save. So this is what we need to do. Okay, so here, if our data loads and our boolean, this boolean is set to true, then we're going to see this. And if our boolean is equals to false, and then we're going to get whatever we have down here. Okay, so we need to go ahead and run our application and run a test whether we've done everything the right way successfully. So to run the application, you just have to run the command npx expo start. Those two commands, you can run the application. So if you run the application, this is what we've done so far. We're getting our data from the backend. We're no longer getting the data we're no longer using the local data that we've put in place. So if you just press let's go, then here we are going to load our data, right? So if we open this and compare the data that we're getting, so here we're finishing at China, like on China, right? So here we have an extra country, that's Brazil. This data is coming from our backend. Just to have a little bit of clarification where we're getting the data. So in our fetch hook, in our fetch countries hook, whenever we get the data here, we can be able to log the data on our console. So if we write log, and here we log response.data.countries, then whatever data that we're going to receive here is going to be logged on our console. So let's go ahead and do that. And here we have to make our terminal a little bit larger. So let's go ahead and save. If we save, then this is the data that we're getting. Okay, so if we take a look, our last country is Brazil. So we're getting our data from the backend. So we're done with that part. So next, we're going to focus on getting our recommendations. So for recommendations, we're going to get places, but we need to alter our backend a little bit. We need to set limits to the data that we can get in our homepage. So let's take, for example, we have 50 countries in our backend. We don't want to get all the 50 countries so that we can show them in recommendations. We can only get 5 countries. All right. So once we get those 5 countries, those are the countries that we're going to show in our homepage. And if a person press recommendations, and then we can show them the list of all the places that we have. Okay. So we're going to do with everything related to this homepage, and then we can move on to deal with our details page.